blank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
I heard a rumor, this guy right here, Thibodeau, presenting Knicks in the booth is gonna be fire.
Hey. They say we everywhere. We all over the place. If you don't see us, that means you ain't nowhere. You heard? We all over. The headline of the city, the Post paper, the Daily paper, everywhere in the city. Knicks Chronicles, baby. Let's get it. When you talking to Knicks, we the biggest. Fan base in the league, we the biggest. When you see them, you tell them they the biggest. The most loyal people, we the biggest. When you talking to Knicks, we the biggest. Fan base in the league, we the biggest. When you see them, you tell them they the biggest. The most loyal people, we the biggest. It's game time, tell them, yeah, we outside. You know my voice, the young Mr. Walt Clyde. They say this year we blessed this, some new hope. I'm courtside next to Tracy Morgan Road. We so official, every game is sold out. You see the fans, stars, them carpets rolled out. I'm on this track, NBA and a Bleach report. Don't even ask for a short, this ain't a Newport. Flash report, tell them this is just in. You see Max outside, just don't let him in. I walk the streets every day with some grown men. I go left, cross back like I'm Brunson. Who that is? J Boogie, I'm so nice. I need a little bit more than yesterday's price. When you see him, you tell him, your boy, I'm locked in. I'm well surrounded with fans, we in the garden. When you talking to Knicks, we the biggest. Fan base in the league, we the biggest. When you see them, you tell them they the biggest. The most loyal people, we the biggest. When you talking to Knicks, we the biggest. Fan base in the league, we the biggest. When you see them, you tell them they the biggest. The most loyal people, we the biggest. If you ain't orange or blue, then you can't relate. I had them toxic boys that ate your Twitter space. A lot of people right now, they on clickbait. I had your forehead looking like your Stephen A. All the real creators be on the podcast. Take a look at the chat, you get my broadcast. The forecast was scattered with a lot of rain. My floor poison, pill jerk by Danny Ainge. New squad, new season, it's a new team. Shout out to Harlem Girl and Miss Geraldine. Play the youth, the kids, they gon' play hard. For 4 years, I just signed a 9 guard. The way we look right now, this a Nick thing. I might bring with the flow, so this here bang. Shout out the real ones that'll stay loyal. All the Nets fans, we know it's this loyal. When you talking to Knicks, we the biggest. Fan base in the league, we the biggest. When you see them, you tell them they the biggest. The most loyal people, we the biggest. When you talking to Knicks, we the biggest. Fan base in the league, we the biggest. When you see them, you tell them they the biggest. The most loyal people, we the biggest. When you come to the city and play for the Knicks, you're gonna get the biggest and most appreciated love. We the best people it is in the world that's gonna support our squad, support our team. You dig? We the biggest.
New York Knicks, we are the biggest. This is Jen from Knicks Army fans, and I want to let you know right now, if you didn't know before, New York Knicks, we the biggest, baby. Let's go. Go.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one Chief Rocker in Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, y'all? Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Bim. There we go. There we go. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Let me throw the link in here for my man. Let me throw the link in here for my man real quick, right? But yo, y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? What's good? Bim. There we go. Bim. There we go. Blue tears, orange tears, Lee, what's good, Mr. Lee?
Peace, salute. Peace, salute. Come here to rock with you for a little bit.
Bim, let's rock. Let's rock. Right, let me see the chat. Chat was good. Payne was good. I see you. Knicks Morning Brew, I see you. Yo, I'm gonna be rocking on the Knicks Morning Brew Friday morning, December 9th. Y'all come check us out at 11 o'clock. I'm gonna be in the building with my main man Heck. We're gonna do what it do. We're gonna do what it do. Right? Salute to everybody in the chat. El Maddox was good. I see you. You know what I'm saying? King Poppy was good. Liquid Swords was good. Don P is in the building. Okay. All right. What's good? I see y'all. Don P in the building. Don Perignon is in the building. What's good?
Hey, what's good, Fees? What's up, Corey Lee?
What's good, baby?
Man.
Yeah, man. I'm
man.
on a different type of time with this Knicks right now, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, so Heck says, yo, the Knights of Deegan, yo, YouTube channel, 11 o'clock Friday morning. Make sure y'all come check us out. I'll be in the building, rocking the spot. Yo, and I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't like doing guest appearances, right? I don't do guest appearances that often, but for some people, you know what I'm saying? I'll you know what I'm saying? For certain people, you know, I'm gonna come through and do what it is, you know what I'm saying? Show some love, right? Bim. So check us out. Friday morning. I'll post a link. And yo, Lee, and you know what? Friday is a travel day for me. I'll be traveling that day, but I'm a hold up, wait, stop the tape. I live the fast life. I only stop for cake. You know what I'm saying? So I'm slowing it down. I'm slowing it down for my main man Heck, who be in the building doing his thing, growing his platform. So some people, you know, I'm patting on the brakes, man, to, you know what I'm saying, do what it is, do what it do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, help my man grow his joint. That's one of our kin folks, right?
No doubt.
But moving on to this topic that I want to chop it up with y'all about. Yeah, and Dre will be here in a little while. Dre told me he was on the way too. So, but I got a topic that I want to chop it up with y'all about, right? Is this young core worth developing?
Okay, great question.
That's a great question.
And so here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? You know how the saying go, every parent ain't a good parent. Y'all ever heard that before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, I asked myself, should we have trusted this front office and coaching staff and developmental staff with the development of these kids, or did we just pick the wrong kids?
Nah, I think it's the former. I think we shouldn't have trusted the front office, the staff, which is the coaching staff, with the development of the kids.
Okay. So
I'm thinking the coaching staff. I'm gonna say this only The only reason why I'm gonna say it was the wrong coaching staff is because we lost Kenny Payne and Mike Woodson. If they would have hung on, if they would have hung on, I think we probably could have been a lot better.
Okay.
You think so with Tom Thibodeau at the helm?
Because the only reason why I say that is because they have Tom's ear. They could check him. They have that much clout. They have that much clout that even though he could do what he's going to do anyway, but then he'll stop and listen to them. Versus, I think my man, the associate head coach, respectfully.
Yeah, man. Just pertaining to that original question, Freezy asked, if we ever wanted to develop the young talent, we gotta tear it down from the front office down to the coaching staff. And I'm not just saying it just to say it. I'm just saying it in terms of it's a lot of nepotism going on. I'm not feeling it. It's a lot of favoritism going on. It's a lot of things that's going on to where some players is not consistent. Other players don't need to play because they're inconsistent. And it's like, nah, it's all that across the board. It's about who Thibs like and who Leon's willing to roll with at the end of the day.
Okay.
It's bad at this point.
So here's the thing. At this moment, RJ Barrett is trash.
Garbage.
Right. Now, am I picking on the kid? No. Because statistically, every statistic that you look at, man, and I hate to say it as a Knicks fan, but every stat that you look at, man, basically, aside from the free stats like free throws and stuff, every other statistic, man, RJ Barrett is absolutely garbage. Bottom of the NBA and everything. And he's a starter. And then you tell me that Cam Reddish can't even be in a rotation?
Uncle Freeze, that's why I'm on a different time with them.
So Lee, during the summer, like around the beginning of September, when the Donovan Mitchell thing didn't go through, instead of pouting about it, I was like, yo, regardless of how this season goes, I'm just going to be in wait and see mode.
Okay.
Right? I've been telling people that since September. It's December now. Right? Mm-hmm. But every day that goes by, it is harder and harder for me to stay neutral and quiet. Right? I saw a play.
You're pretty good at staying neutral.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. It's a job, bro. It's harder than what people think.
Oh, I know.
You know what I'm saying? It's hard.
It's hard trying to be pessimistic. It's hard to be optimistic as well, which I'm trying to be. You know.
I got a question. Like, why on earth would you take Cam Reddish out of the rotation if he gives us defense on the perimeter? Like, completely out the rotation.
What are you talking about because of the last game?
Yeah, just because I heard.
Going forward, Cam Reddish ain't playing, period.
He's not playing.
What?
Yeah.
Right. And going forward, Derrick Rose is not playing.
Cabron.
Right? The bench crew is Miles McBride, Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, Isaiah Hartenstein.
He getting ready for his swan song.
Right. Yep.
My man is preparing himself for his swan song.
Yep.
Shout out to JJ. I'm prepared to lose. I want this team to lose, B. Not even just for the draft. People just need to be fired. Straight up.
Hold on a second. Right. Let me put on my headphones.
All right.
Oh boy.
All right, hold on, let me mute. Okay. All right. So when you're ready, just mute yourself, bro. But the thing
I'm ready.
is, okay. So the thing is, with Tibbs is, as somebody, and I'm speaking strictly for Uncle Freezy. And mind you, I'm gonna be about 200 feet away from Tibbs on Friday night. Maybe not even that far. Maybe 100 feet away from Tibbs Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not even 100 feet. The seats we at is probably, so the seats we have are like those seats right on the floor as the players come out the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, like those seats where you can reach over and dap the cats up as they come out.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we'll be right over there, right? Bro, if Tibbs, bro, I'm telling you, I'm gonna record and post as much stuff as I can record and post.
Okay.
Right. But bro, Tibbs, if we lose, and listen, Don P, do you know when the last time I went to a Knicks game and we won?
I have no idea, man.
1989. 1989.
Oh man.
Wow.
Oh
And
man.
I go to, and listen, I know I'm the bad luck charm, bro.
No, you're not.
After a while, you're like, damn, can I go see the Knicks win for once? Bro, I'm telling you, bro, every game I go to, the Knicks lose.
I felt like that with the watch along about myself. Like when I come on here with you, I'm just like, we just losing every time I pop up on the watch along. And then I gotta listen to everybody else just dismantle this team. And I just like, I sit in the corner quiet.
Yeah, I'm a young Knicks fan. I get flashbacks of the Roy Hibbert block. That's
Wow.
Oh,
that I get flashbacks of that. That right there, that tore me apart. That had me at the strip club, folks thinking that my chick broke up with me.
Hey, bro, yo, you know what? If you want the Knicks to get the #1 pick, buy me season tickets.
Stop it.
Adam, what's good, bro? What's good, boss? If you want the Knicks to get the #1 pick, buy me season tickets.
Salute everyone.
Salute,
big dog.
Salute, Adam.
Salute, bro.
Bro, I'm so. What I'm thinking is this: Tibbs is doing this thing, but if we lose to Atlanta, right? If we lose to Atlanta, Tibbs getting fired, bro. Because Charlotte is a guaranteed loss. Because I'm gonna be in the building. That's a guaranteed loss, right? You know what I'm saying? So every game I go to, bro, and I'm not saying that I have a mojo on the team. What I'm saying is I have a weird. This is a personal problem for me. I hadn't seen the Knicks. And bro, it don't even matter. It don't matter if I live in Texas and go see them in Dallas, they lose. Right? If I live in South Carolina and I see them in Charlotte, Atlanta, Orlando, DC, Memphis, they lose. Right? If I go see them in Miami, they lose. Right? And it's all, and I know a lot of that had to do with the Knicks have been a loser this millennium. And this millennium, right? And this millennium, since the year 2000, the Knicks have just about been bad, except for 2000 and a few offshoot years. The Knicks have been bad. Oh.
I agree. I concur.
But so Don P, what I want to talk about though, didn't want to talk about me being the bad luck charm, right? I want to talk to, are these kids worth developing?
If RJ sparing it, nah. I had to catch myself. I was about to cuss, Freezy. Nah.
Bro, we got too many, bro. Yeah, man, the cussing thing, bro. I got deals and stuff on the table. I'm just
Nah.
trying to do deals like sponsorships. And they're like, man, do y'all cuss and have defamatory language? I'm like, nah, we would never cuss. They're like, yo, you sure? And I'm like, you know you're dealing with fans. And they're like, yeah.
Knicks fan.
Freezy, it just hits different, that question, because other times when we have losing seasons, you can look at the talent for some of us and you can be like, you know what? Talent's trash, we know it is what it is. But
Right.
I'm still trying to figure out, how can you justify benching one of your best perimeter defenders because he played 9 minutes of poor basketball, but you keep one of the other players in who's literally, I would say, cost us what, 2-3 games?
The worst player in the league.
Yeah,
How do you
Wow.
bench Cam and start RJ and give him the most minutes on the team?
I'm just trying to find the rationale behind that.
And they the same age, came out in the same draft, went to the same college.
Politics. This is all politics now.
Yeah.
And that's no, my bad, Freezy.
Go.
Yeah, so like in the off season, that's what I was saying. Like when a lot of people was bagging on Cam, like people act like politics wasn't involved when it came to his minutes and his usage rate. It's politics. This team is all about politics. And at the end of the day, like we as fans, at some point we're gonna have to come together, like, I don't know, to get the shit moving or something, because it's not cool. It's one thing to know that a team is bad. It's another thing to see that, okay, you got players on the bench who's clearly more effective than some players that some people that's starting right now, and it's not fair.
No,
it's not fair.
No, it's not fair.
But like in all things in life, nothing is fair.
Right.
Nothing is fair.
That's true.
All things in life, you know what I'm saying, from work, from your family life, from whatever you're trying to make things work. Now, from that standpoint, I say this, it must have been, it's clear that, you know what I'm saying, to some degree, Cam is much more talented than RJ. He's much more fluid basketball player. And I say that because it's evident in the way he moves on the court. And he's very unselfish. Very unselfish to a fault. To his fault.
Right.
To his fault. If he had, now, just say we switched mindsets in either player, you know what I'm saying? Then we were like, oh my God, we got a dog in Cam Reddish who has all the skill sets. And then we have a person in RJ who lacks the talent, but he tries hard.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So
Dre,
maybe that was a very big scouting issue between the both of them, and also too the hype of it all, of each player, and in the style of play which Krzyzewski used them
right
in college.
And maybe Cam. Yo, what's up, boss?
What up to the panel?
What up,
What's up,
Dre?
Dre?
Salute.
I'm chilling.
Yeah,
you finish what you were saying, Fuzi.
So here's the thing. If we keep it basketball, like if we just talking basketball right now, RJ Barrett is not an NBA starter. It's not even a rotational player at this moment.
That's a fact.
If we keeping it basketball, now if we keeping it Knicks, you gotta play them and try to develop them and try to get something out of this investment that you made in this young man. Not just his first 4 years in the league, but these next 4 years that you paying him for. Right? You gotta try to get something out of him, right?
Now,
the thing with Cam Reddish, you can discard Cam Reddish for nothing. Why? Well, why insert energy in Cam Reddish when you can replace him with Asur Thompson come the summertime? Right? That's what you're thinking if you're the Knicks. That's got to be the thinking. Right? Because any other line of thinking, Cam Reddish has to be a starter, bro. Not a rotation player, a starter. Right? Because all right, so Cam Reddish's defense, when you looked at Cam Reddish, right? The scheme that Thibodeau runs, Tom Thibodeau wants you to do a lot of stuff, right? And to the Knicks fans, it looks like Cam is an excellent defender, right? And when I look at Cam on tape playing defense, I think he's an excellent defender. But then when you look at who he's tasked to guard, bro, why is Cam Reddish guarding John Morant?
Right.
Right. And then when John Morant scores a bucket on Cam, Tom Thibodeau looked like he crapped his pants. Well, Tibbs, if your point guard was a defender, Cam wouldn't have to guard him. Are you crapping your pants when Jalen Brunson is getting blown by?
No.
Wait a minute. If when the other day when Darius Garland was absolutely cooking RJ Barrett, were you crapping your pants then? No.
Absolutely not. That's
why
just
are
not
you
fair.
crapping your pants when Cam Reddish gets beat by John Morant? Right? These things boggle my mind, bro. The double standard is ridiculous.
Uncle Fuzi, that's insane, man. It's it's insane. That was my beef with the whole Jalen Brunson signing, and it's not that I had beef with Jalen Brunson
I don't
because
have beef with Jalen Brunson either.
Yeah, I don't personally got beef with Jalen Brunson. It's just the way they went about things. We had options to get other players. Jalen Brunson offensively, as good as advertised, in my opinion. But defensively, we all knew what he was defensively. And the Tom Thibodeau system, come on, y'all. Now we're talking about we gotta hide his defensive deficiencies. And the only way we've been getting winning close games is when we play defense, especially on the perimeter.
Right.
That's how we win games, is defense on the perimeter.
Right.
We gotta do better, y'all.
It's not even gotta do better. It's not even gotta do better.
Can I respond to the earlier point about RJ? I think RJ is just one of those guys that plays better next to a premier talent. That's really what it is. You need someone on the court that's damn near dominant, which Julius was in that one COVID year. He was dominant. He was very dominant and efficient. And you need like a premier player in order for RJ to even like function on the other end or be like a productive player. Because once you rely on him to be the efficient person, then you're in a world of trouble. Granted, we have Jalen Brunson now, but we've seen over the years him and Randall don't mix. And if he's not going to be, if Randall's not the premier talent and we don't have like a really dominant athlete, it makes it harder on RJ because RJ is just not that type of player. He's just not great enough. We like, for instance, Zion was so dominant at Duke, it allowed RJ to have these lanes to the paint where all he had to do was beat one guy because they were terrified of leaving Zion on the wing. Right. If they were leaving Zion, that's a lob. If they do a dump down, Zion is posterizing their whole team. So when you have a dominant force on your team, it makes RJ's job easier where he has to just beat one guy. But RJ's not the talent where he can just dominate and he can physically just dominate and impose his will on a night-to-night basis. He's just not that guy. And it's unfortunate, but that's just who he is.
But Dre, see, you just validated my point from earlier when I was talking about the way Krzyzewski used them all in college, from him, Zion, and Cam. So with that said, you know, nothing, because to be honest with you, when they signed them all, meaning Zion, Cam, and RJ, Cam was supposed to be the man first.
Cam signed first.
Yeah, exactly.
Cam was a point guard in high school, and he like regressed to the point where they made RJ just the playmaker de facto immediately. Like they saw it in like camp, like Cam can't really do this at this level or be the on-ball guard at this level because he was 100% a point guard in high school. Okay. And he just devolved from that, which is weird.
Soulfinger, what's good?
But I was okay. What up, Sophie?
What's going on? What's going on, Freeze? What's happening, fellas?
What's going on,
What's
Sophie?
happening?
Hey, now,
Long
Jay.
time no see, bro.
Oh man, I've been turning and burning, man. Been working harder than a one-legged man in a butt kicking contest, dog.
Double time. Double time. Yeah,
man. I actually just finished. I just wrapped up doing some work, burning a little midnight oil and stuff, man.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I happened to come on and so oh, look at here.
Look at here. Look who rocking.
Yeah, I stick my head up through the hole like whack-a-mole, you know what I'm saying?
My bad.
Yeah, man.
But I hear what you say. I just, I don't want to come in all sideways. So what's the topic going on here? We're talking about
Dre cooking.
Yeah, because I know. Yeah, see, he getting some got some delectable treats going on where he firing off up in here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like a premier player, even more so for RJ because RJ does multiple things. He doesn't do it at a high level, but he can do multiple things. A premier player makes his reads easier. It makes everything. I mean, for everyone. I mean, a premier player, a dominant player, makes the game easier by just existing on the court. And he would be attacking teams is like second and third defender. And then it would be a lot more one-on-one coverages. Now, when it's RJ, if Randall's jump shot is not going, teams don't really even honor it when his jumper is going. So it makes it even easier for teams to just collapse, and he just looks even worse. And then it makes it harder for his decision making because he doesn't even he's not a great decision. He's a one read decision maker off the dribble. Either he sees something, he doesn't see the second or third pass. He just sees the first pass. So it's just like
that's a good one. That's
RJ Barrett.
Yeah. Go ahead, Freezy. No, you got it.
Oh, I was gonna say RJ Barrett is Vince Young.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nah, you kind of went too far with that one.
See, hey, Freezer, we kind of like going along the right or thinking along the lines because when Dre put it that he's where he put it, I was thinking he's a one cut back. You got that one cut and nothing else. He make a quick cut and that's it. There ain't no other shiftiness, whatever else. He's gonna make that one quick cut and get into and hit the hole and that's it. No nothing, no spin, no juke, nothing else. And we see when he comes down a lot that he doesn't pass. He put that head down and it goes. And then when he does pass at times, he gets sometimes in a bad situation. And to keep, you always that old adage, you never jump, never leave the floor, jump off the floor to pass. And you see yourself in a lot of bad situations. I mean, he's a master of all. It's a
jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades
and a master of none.
Yeah. I give him
at the lowest level.
And I give him his point, his props though. At least he did improve his free throws, man. He's shooting 78%. And a lot of the things saying we needed him to get that up. But he still got things he's got to work on.
I we all know he's streaky, and we're gonna get to the point where RJ goes on like a torrential pace where he's hitting 50% from three over like a stretch of 7 games, which he's done before. And I don't even want to overreact to that. It's just who he is at this point. He's just going to be inconsistent. And when I say he's like a one-read quarterback, there are days when a one-read quarterback just looks like a genius because every time his first read is right. and then it'll be days where RJ's first read is right, where he'll look like a good playmaker because he decided to pass, but he didn't really read and react correctly. He just passed before anything were to even happen. Like he just happened to make the right read, and it's just that's the inconsistency. He doesn't have the natural elite playmaker feel for the game, and that probably won't come. Unfortunately, I think that ship has passed because of the coach we have. He doesn't really give guys a chance to expand on something they're not good at unless it fits a certain box for Tibbs. So I know I'm rambling. I wanted to give an explanation for that. Okay. Obi can keep shooting 1 billion threes in a row because Tibbs wants him to fit into that box of being the floor spacer. But Obi cannot be a playmaker, even though he has the skill set. He had it in college. Obi cannot. Obi is not allowed to put the ball on the floor and like try to make plays, and that because that's not the box that Tibbs has him in his mind, and that can cap someone's ceiling. That's it. You can go.
Now, can I say something? Because this is like from this conversation that we've been having, it all zeroes back to one thing, and it points at one person, Tibbs. Because after, like I said earlier, after we lost those two coaches, then I'm seeing how we've digressed and went left from what we were. Our principles was good defense and everything like that, and we did that. We went to the playoffs. I thought, okay, cool. We're gonna. Oh, this is what it's gonna be. Tibbs has lost the ear of the players. They've gone rogue, and they are not as effective. Reverting back to now to Cam Reddish, this is telling me that Tibbs is preparing himself to be let go, because from what I heard earlier this season, and it's come out the
Trey, you
mouth.
got an echo, Trey.
Oh, do I? I think I'm sitting on my headset. My bad. Let me fix it. Okay, you can go ahead. My fault.
No, he just went away. He was getting it out. It was coming in so hard that he got to hear it twice.
Yeah, let me turn down my headset. I think it's because my headset's so loud. Go ahead.
Now I was saying that my man, oh man, you live in my train of thought. But anyway, it's to the point of where he should be playing. He should lose more games with Cam versus him not playing Cam. So now he's frustrated with the fact that he was forced to play Cam and it didn't get the results because he's not the right coach for Cam. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand
Yeah, I
exactly
feel.
what you're saying. And
I
that's
mean,
that's
I mean,
that's what's frustrating, man. It's like this dude is an NBA coach. He get paid. He gets paid to like make these type of decisions. And when you have a talent like Cam, I'm not saying like for all the faults that y'all say Cam has, that's fully warranted. It's legitimate. It's legitimate gripes. But the thing is, like, how can anybody said Cam is this or that when he didn't get the same touches as somebody like RJ? When he don't get a chance to pull up a stretch of like 6 or 7 games to where he's garbage juice and then get taken off. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like and
no, it makes sense. It makes sense. I'm gonna tell you why it makes sense. It makes sense in the fact of in a psychotic world. This
mm,
man is so stuck in his way. I had this conversation the other night. He's so stuck in his way that he refuses to listen to anybody else unless he respects their input. You understand what I'm saying?
right.
Um, and there's nothing wrong with Tibbs because it's the fact that his mindset and his scheme is antiquated and rustic, and it's from the '90s. If anybody can understand where I'm coming from, and it's just not built for today's game.
So in your opinion, and I'm not putting any words in your mouth, but do you think I'm gonna give you some players: Jalen Brunson, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle. Do they fit that scheme of what Thibodeau is trying to do?
No, not in today's game. Not with today's athletes
Okay.
at all. At all.
Yeah, y'all see what I have in the avatar there, right? Coach Tips.
I see.
I see. Go ahead, Adam.
No, I just want to let you know that I have Coach Tibbs there in the avatar there.
And I thought I would
Hey,
not be able to. I'm sorry.
no worries. I was gonna say, I see what Staffordon is saying, bro. But Staffordon, bro, if we didn't have statistical data to back up what we're saying about RJ, then this wouldn't even be a conversation. You know, I've been saying for months that RJ Barrett is the golden child and the future of New York Knicks basketball. Right? I've been saying that forever. I had a show dedicated to that. But right now, statistically, RJ Barrett is, and I'm talking about in this moment, I'm not talking about forever. In this moment, the way he's been playing recently, RJ Barrett is a situational player.
Yeah.
And what stops us from really going in on him is occasionally he will have that game where he's like 6 of 13 for 19 points and 7 rebounds, and then we'll back off of him a little bit.
And does he get that because he's undrafted?
Yeah.
That's wild. That's wild. That's wild.
Now it's the truth.
Yeah, I'm starting to I'm starting to get that Frank Ntilikina vibes again. To where it's just like blind loyalty to a mediocre talent, and I mean that when I talk about RJ. I'm not saying that off of just emotions or whatever. I'm just talking about basketball, skill wise. Like, what can he do? When I would ask that question, I would be looked at as a troll. But I'm serious. Like, what is his skill set besides being healthy? I think that's like the best skill set he has. The dude is Iron Man. But other than that, what can he do?
You got to go fast to get hurt. So
yeah,
like he's a jack of all trades. Like people were calling Paul Pierce, but Paul Pierce was a bucket getter in different variety of ways. He wasn't as athletic as everybody else. But RJ Barrett, like, what is his skill set? What is his go-to moves?
I think the Knicks as a whole, as an organization, did a disservice to the fans and to RJ or how they handled his development. Because this wasn't the coach that you bring in for RJ, nor is this the roster. So there is a lot on RJ. But do you feel like we did enough to maximize whatever we thought we had in RJ when we drafted him?
Nope.
No.
I think we was trying to turn somebody who's like Ronnie Brewer into a superstar
I
and
don't.
play
I
him
don't
like
think we. No, I think we tried to turn him into a 3-and-D player when
Ronnie
that was
Brewer.
not his skill set at all.
Yeah.
He was not a corner 3-point shooter. He was a guy that was supposed to like take the ball up and attack from the wing and try and be like the secondary playmaker. I'm hearing an echo from somewhere.
It might be for me.
Yeah, I think we tried to turn him into Alfred Payton, and we did a damn good job doing it. We did an excellent job turning RJ Barrett into Alfred Payton.
Yeah, Alfred Payton was really bad.
Yeah, every time RJ Barrett shoots a jump shot, a broken backboard gets his wings.
But like, even then, Freezy, like, besides trying to turn him into Alpha Payne, when in college did you see RJ Barrett like post up in the corner waiting for a kick out to shoot a 3? He never did that internationally. He doesn't do it internationally now when he was with Team Canada last year. He never did it in high school or prep school. And like Tibbs is like trying to morph him into this like hybrid. He's trying to make him Mikal Bridges when he's not. That's really what it is. You try to
So
turn him into this hyper efficient corner shooter / attacker and like wing defender, and he's not that. He's just not that.
So Dre, how would you develop RJ Barrett given his skill set coming out of college?
What I would have done was not signed 4 power forwards. I would have tried to surround the team with as many shooters as possible. Uh, if we were being keeping it a buck, I wouldn't have traded Kristaps at all if I was getting a number 3 pick. And we all knew who the number 3 pick was going to be strictly off the skill set. And we knew who the number 3 pick was going to be after the NCAA tournament. Everybody knew RJ was going to go for 3. And we traded him.
Yeah.
Dre.
When did we trade him?
The top. No, it was before that. But basically, you knew who the top 3 players were. We didn't necessarily know in what order until Zion just exploded.
And either way, you would want a stretch big next to Zion or Ja or RJ. So, like, I don't understand. Whatever, it was done and gone. But you'd have to like completely go all in on trying to figure if he's the guy immediately. Find out that he's not. You lose a ton of games, and then you wind up with another premium talent in the next draft. But instead,
Dre,
because
I really need to say something to you to that last point about when you said Kristaps and all that. Now Kristaps was one regime. You know what I'm saying? Then the 3 power forwards was another regime, and then now here we are with our 3rd regime, right then and there.
But
and then we ended up
with the same. Okay, yeah, because Kristaps came with Phil, and then they switched from Phil, and it was Steve Mills and
exactly
the guy from Detroit that picked RJ. Got you.
You understand what I'm saying? So now, we're talking about about 4 years, 3 to 4 years of basketball. You understand? Of poor leadership from that standpoint on. You know, with the lack of stability, the lack of money, cap spending, and all that craziness like that. Now, because we're talking about regimes now. Going into what we're dealing with as far as player personnel, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a jumbled up mess. It was with like a bunch of guys whose skill set don't fit together.
Exactly. So now we're putting round pegs in square holes. You understand what I'm saying? And thinking that it's gonna fit. And I'm thinking that the round peg we're trying to force into a hole is not necessarily RJ, but more so the coaching staff.
And it's it's the
coach. It's the coach doing this. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I'm saying it's like a combination. Like no one is exempt from blame. Like the front office is terrible at putting this roster together. Tibbs is really not great at maximizing skill sets outside of like boxes he wants to put guys in. And RJ just stagnated in his development, and I don't know what he's doing with his body. Like he just looks. He had a little bit more bounce and sprints in his step his first 2 years, and I don't know what happened in the last 2.
He put on too much muscle. He put on too much muscle because he put on too much muscle because he's trying to like what Freezy said. He's trying to play bully ball or be a power forward at 6'6". You know what I'm saying? Versus him trying to be lean and quick. You know what I'm saying? And be able to keep up.
That would work. I'm saying that would work if RJ, like the team respected RJ's jumper, but they don't. So it's just like you gaining his mass to shoulder off 2 people. Like I don't understand. Like you just gonna run into double teams.
I'm gonna defend. Can I defend RJ a little bit? I would say this about RJ. It's not RJ's fault that he's a bum. That's not his fault. It's not. It really isn't. You got to let's just put things into perspective. RJ Barrett has always been shown to have like a mature frame over all the other kids in middle school, high school, and for the most part in college. The game that he plays in the NBA now, it works against underdeveloped bodies. He's doing this against grown men, athletes. Grown men athletes. It's not working. It's not working. And he's literally telling us through body language, guys, I'm a bum. Look at me. I'm shooting these left-handed layups. I'm breaking them. I'm getting blocked. You know, the scouting report is on me. Like I'm a bum. Look at me. I'm a bum. Like this. I don't understand.
Hey,
Like,
Don P, you got some headphones you can put in?
nah. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Hey, that don't work, bro. It's the same thing. It's like RJ Barrett going to the rim.
Hey,
You
you
gotta
know
put
what?
you
You
gotta
know what?
you
Then
gotta
I'm
put
bumming it
headphones
out,
in.
dude.
You
All right,
gotta get some
really.
headphones, man.
I'm just saying, like, I've seen them where Nick Nurse utilizes them completely different than Tom Thibodeau does, and I've seen it work in a more physical game in international play. And then I come see the Knicks, and it's just like we're stuck with no spacing, and we're trying to keep doing the same thing over and over with different results, with looking for different results. And it's not fair to my eyeballs. It's not fair to the fans. It's not fair to RJ. It's just all ugly. It's all ugly.
But see, Dre, you just said Nick Nurse.
Yeah, I mean Nick Nurse is a good basketball coach. So I mean he's a modern basketball coach at that. So
Time has passed as
say
far
it
as
again,
coaching.
Corey. Say it
I
again,
said
Corey. Say it.
Thibodeau's time has passed as a head coach. I can see him as a scout. I can see him, as a scout. Because one thing I'll give
Or a
him
consultant.
props on, a consultant, exactly. Because I can give him his props as finding he can find talent now, but can he develop them? Can they what I'm saying? Can they catch his ear? Can he lead them like that? You know what I'm saying? With his plays? No,
There's
no.
there's just there's
That's
just a, there's just an
hold on a second.
expiration date on his voice. My fault, Corey.
No, it's been expired about 6, 7, 8 years ago, bro. For real. After Chicago and especially after Minnesota. Looking at it now in hindsight, you know what I'm saying? They say hindsight is 2020.
I'm
You know,
keeping it, especially with how it ended in Minnesota. If Leon Rose didn't get this job, he would still have no job. Tibbs would still be
exactly.
unemployed.
I'll say this:
Exactly.
I was never the biggest Tibbs fan. Coming out the box when you're talking about if you're going to if you plan on rebuilding a team, get a rebuilding type of coach, not a coach at the level of on the level of Tibbs. But regarding RJ, I can't put blame on Tibbs for that. I got to look at RJ for what he needs to work on. You say he's working on this, he's working on that, but yeah, he does play a lot of bully ball. But we a lot of times you point, a lot of us looking at what's going on with saying it's Tibbs, but I like to go above that and look at who's in the front office, who's helping making the decision to bring in certain players in, or vice versa, bringing them in. So you got to look at how the team is constructed to go with the players you have. So I don't know who it was that said something about when you had RJ, then you had a team full of power forwards. That's bad construction on the team. That's a different regime. I get that, but you got to look at the players that you're constantly bringing in to put around him. And
Saying
also,
like even
RJ
if
has.
you, yeah, my fault, so my fault. I
Yeah,
was going to say
no, I'm just
something, but
saying.
you can finish.
No, I'm just saying. But you also got to look at who else. He's got to look at what he's got to work on his deficiencies. Yeah, he worked on getting better with free throws, but you still doing a lot of the same thing. You dribbling down lane and you running in bad situations. You trying to go 4-on-1. You're missing the open man on the wing. You're not giving the ball up in time. There's a lot of things like that. So some of it with RJ too is not just skill set, but I would say IQ set. This basketball IQ. You got to look at that as well. But I mean,
I,
that's just what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, like, wouldn't his IQ probably improve if we went the whole rebuilding route and just let him freewheel and just be terrible for a season? Like, players learn.
It's Tibbs,
Usually,
bro.
players learn. Yeah, it is Tibbs, and
Thank
that's
you.
on the front office for even bringing them in. Because
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, your number 3 overall pick just gets time to crash and burn. Every normal franchise lets their prize pick just go out there and just freewheel and just look terrible and try to figure it out because you're only going to figure it out with reps. But what we did was just stagnated it and then forced him into a box, which capped his whatever ceiling we thought we had for him. It just lowered it immediately because we just made him do one or two things: drive and shoot corner threes. That's it. We never focused on actually creating any sort of development where he has to make more than one read or has a secondary action that he has to kick out of. It's strictly drive off the pistol action and throw up a lob or a dump down in this. That's it. You don't ever draw up a play where he has to hit a guy in the corner with a skip pass or anything like that. We've never seen that. We've never seen it intentionally drawn up. If it's ever come up, it's just completely coincidence because he's not that type of player. And it's just like that. There's a lot that RJ needs to do, and we can all see it. It's clear as day, especially
Oh yeah,
for
I
his
mean,
fourth
yeah.
year.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Yeah,
agree
it's
with you. I
clear,
mean, the whole
clear as
this
day.
fourth year is his fourth year, man. He came out. I'm at a point where for me the honeymoon is over. You're in your fourth year. You're no longer, you say he's a kid, he's young, he's this age, but bro, you've been in the league for 4 years, and you
And like,
coming out slow again, yet again. So, and then you're right. He doesn't have a go-to move. He doesn't have, what about your footwork and this, there's things, other things to the game. Just not, but also the mental aspect of the game as well, or the intelligence part. You should be able to see that double team coming, or when the defender's about to, is sitting sagging off in that passing lane or whatever. You know, you or defensively, you should be moving on the flight of the ball. Little things like the little simple things that are taught in high school or whatever else. He has to do the things on his own. But the whole overall thing with RJ though is it's a combination of it's a lot of other things rolled into one. But I always like to say, first you got to look in the mirror and make the thing and change the things that you can change. And
yeah,
those
because
those things
I feel like
he's missing.
a lot of it is just bad habits that been like
Exactly.
he's like been incentivized to have these bad habits. It feels like because he can just keep doing the same bad thing over and over. And Chip's gonna keep running them 40 minutes.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. Okay, man, and maybe I'm saying it in a right way that I can't relate. Tibbs is the reason why this disaster is a disaster.
Exactly.
Right? Here's the thing: for those with the big voices that ain't never played at the high school or college level, if you know what I'm saying, bro, coaches tell you what you can and can't do. Coaches tell you, like, no, I saw you working on that jumper in practice. You're not doing that. That don't fit what we trying to do. Uncle Freezy, what I want you to do is go out there and defend their 80 feet all night long and make the fundamental plays. I don't want you shooting threes. And the defense would leave me wide open. Like the first wide open three, they'll scramble out. Right. And I'll pass it back to the point guard. And you can hear the other team coaching staff, non-shooter. So the next
It's
time,
funny. That's what we call Draymond.
Next time I get the ball, they halfway come out, and I try to make them think I'm shooting, but they won't come out there because the other coach recognizes I'm a non-shooter. Not that I can't shoot, but I don't have the okay to shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you know what they do when I catch the ball in the corner? They don't defend me.
Yeah, you see, you let you sag off.
Don't defend me. They defend my passing lanes. They get in my passing lanes and force me to dribble, right? Because they know I'm not shooting. And I look at the coach. I'm like, he's like, no, don't you do it if you want to. See what happens, right? And then what happens is as you get through conference play, and teams see you, have video of you. The other teams that see the team that saw you play Tuesday night, the team coming in Friday night, they saw you pass up 3-pointers when you were wide open. So they not defending you either. Now they game planning. Now they zoning up and doing things, right? And that's what I'm saying about RJ Barrett, man. The whole RJ Barrett thing, the whole Emmanuel Quickly thing, the whole Obi Toppin thing, all of these things, man, is what we got to understand as Knicks fans. is these players, they are being coached into a certain thing. That's what coaches are for. Coach certain things in you and coach certain things out of you. Right? It's like Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish don't have an offensive light with Tibbs. Cam Reddish, as sweet of a scorer as he is, has been coached into being a defensive wing only. You better not shoot unless. And when Cam takes shots, Tibbs sits him. Bro, I'm
Cam
telling
go
you,
into an ISO bag. Tibbs is fuming
snatch him,
on the sideline.
snatch him. Snatch him.
I mean, you do.
Yo,
I mean,
you can't say. Just real quick, Stafford. I'm sorry, real quick, Soulfinger. Just real quick. I just want to finish this one thing, and I'll back out of the way. Yo, if we sit here and believe that the coach is not responsible for the product on the floor, we being naive.
Exactly.
The coach is ultimately responsible for the stuff on the floor.
Freezy, can I break it down even better for you? Because I'm gonna say this. Leon Rose bought the groceries. I said this the other night. Leon Rose brought the groceries.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to Tibbs to cook it and make the meal. Now, the fact that it came out trash does not mean that it's Leon Rose's fault. It's the fact that Tibbs cannot cook the meal that was expected.
Right.
And I'm just like, even going away from the kids that were here traded for here, Hartenstein is a shell of what he like his skill set. And that's because if he's not out there rebounding and trying to dunk the ball off lobs, he's gonna get yanked out the game because he's not playing like Mitchell Robinson.
Our coach is going rogue.
Ultimately,
even Mitchell Robinson can play. So
ultimately, Hartenstein is going to get yanked because he's not doing exactly what Tibbs told him to do.
Well, see, like I said, I told you I wasn't the biggest Tibbs fan, so I'm not. And the thing is I never felt that he was right for what you were doing, for what's supposed to be done. You know what I'm saying? We were supposed to be rebuilding, but again, I'm always looking towards the man that brought him in, the individual, that front office. That's where I look at it. Because like I said, if you pointing fingers, you got to point fingers about everybody going down up and down the line. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. And with a cat like iHeart, I was surprised we signed him because he doesn't fit the Tibbs mold. And and just like what my man Corey Lee was saying, what Mr. Lee was saying regarding to Leon Rose bought the groceries. Leon's supposed, but Tibbs is supposed to cook it. But if I said, hey man, I need you to give me, I'm planning on cooking steak and lobster, and you come back and bring me spam and eggs, what the hell I'm supposed to do with that?
Make it lobster and shrimp.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's impossible. But that's impossible, right?
Yeah, you
get a different chef.
Yeah,
get a different chef thing.
It's time for a new chef.
But the thing is, you got too many cooks. You got too many cooks in the front office.
No, and that was a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point right there, because if you look at how things have gone with the draft, it's kind of like somebody, whoever jumps up and down on the table hard enough and flip over a table and throw some chairs the loudest, they making the draft pick. I mean, I'm looking at how we did things this last draft. We traded out of the first round to take Trevor Keels.
Yep.
Trevor Keels. Trevor Keels right now stands about the best chance to continue to making the Gatorade and serving everybody, man. That one just kind of, they did the opposite.
Figure. If you look at this roster and like roster construction of the last 2-3 years, it reeks of nepotism and favoritism all over the roster. Like we remember when we had all these Kentucky guys because of World Wide West.
Oh man, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know
we had all these CAA guys because of Leon Rose and his son. We had all these Bulls guys because of Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, So check it
They
out.
don't.
Check it out, Dre.
It's a
Check it out.
joke.
Check it out, Dre. It's like this, man. We all said we gonna go on the trip. We gonna let's say we gonna pick we said we gonna go to Florida.
Uh-huh.
And Freezy gonna drive. But then Corey said I got the directions, I got a shortcut. And then I got a directions, say they got a shortcut. And then my man, then you Dre say you got a shortcut. But we going around in circles, going all different places, but we still ain't made it to Florida yet. We all the way. Hey, well, as Bugs Bunny said, we should have made that left at Albuquerque. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
well, you know what though? If Uncle Freezy driving, I'm making sure that y'all got y'all Newports and y'all Pepsi and peanuts.
look, man, I'm gonna have my look. Hey, Freezy, I don't want Newports. I'm bringing my cool and a bottle of Slits.
You're right. Right, and some hot sausage.
Yeah,
Hey, you know what?
And
I'm gonna take my Dramamine and go to sleep.
All I know is you better have some Freon in that AC, because I'm not
So
trying to be in a
hey,
hot ass car.
Oh,
you see
I'm a big boy. You know, we're gonna keep that.
but I just can't.
Eh,
I just can't.
eh,
I won't. I won't. Like I said, I just can't blame Tibbs for everything. It's just me. This is me. Just how I look at it. I'm looking at it where it goes down. And you're right, man. Look, we went to Kentucky route. Bringing in. Hey, Nerlens Noel was some kind of defender, but he could. The biggest them hands are. He could block a ball, but he couldn't catch none. He had hands like skillets.
Yep.
And
Was
then we
Worldwide
went
West here when we
CAA.
signed Julius?
Who?
Was
No, no,
Worldwide
no,
West here when we
no.
signed
He
Julius?
wasn't in
Or was
that
that
regime.
after?
No, no. That was
Okay.
Steve Mills. Remember, because
Okay,
when
then
in
he
that
came.
one,
Yeah,
that was
okay.
Steve Mills when he brought in like 8 power forwards.
And Sound went to the G League.
Oh man.
I mean, and Sound went on the 2-way.
Hey, I wanted to ask Sofinger this question because I asked this question to the panel the other day. Freezy answered, the coach answered, and I think Dre answered or Corey. And Sofinger, I wanted to ask you my question the other day. Do you want to build this team from scratch through the draft, or do you want this team to get star talented stars that is in the NBA?
Well,
Do you
considering,
basically,
I
if you
mean,
want to trade or you want to just rebuild? You want to
Yeah,
trade or you want to
like
rebuild?
trade or
rebuild
rebuild,
by getting stars from the NBA.
man, look, we've already been down that road trying to get stars for the longest, man. I was like, well, how about you do something different instead of doing it? I'm all for trying to rebuild, man. I just that's just me because I mean I've seen us trying to get new player. I mean, get a player from this team, get a player from that team, and it blew up. Or we got somebody in name. You know, I can take it back. Antonio McDyess. Oh, he's gonna do this. Kneecap broke, gone. You know, brought in Steve Francis. These were done. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
I would rather just try. But this is the problem though. This is the problem. What kind of scouting department do we have? What's up with our scouts?
We can
So
like what we do is like, to be absolutely honest, I think we do a good job of finding talent. We just bargain bin hunt or bargain bin
Well, you know
shop
what?
because we
You know
always
what? You right.
get late
You
drafted
right.
guys. We always find the talent, but the talent gets mismanaged and miscast. That's on the coach.
Well, you know what I can do too. Hey, and I know I'm age. Like I said, I'm telling my age on this one. But it's like when you go, you remember hey Free, you remember seeing those the sneakers they used to be in the grocery store hanging on the little plastic
Yep.
hook.
Yep.
That's how we drive.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. You right.
Right.
And
I,
because I wish our actual scouts could actually get a chance to actually get a look at actual high end talent, not just okay guys that came from good homes and they look the part. Like, I don't want role players, man. We do a good job of drafting role
No,
players.
hey man, we are solid when it comes to drafting role players, but when it comes to getting that superstar, you can't hit a elephant in the backside with an iron board, bro.
I mean, seriously.
I think our drafting strategy is to draft like high floor guys, but not really a high ceiling. And we never,
Right.
and the only way we would change that strategy is if we actually drafted top five.
Well,
Otherwise,
and
we just take the safe pick.
well, it was like this with Freezy. Remember this last draft? You and I were on agreements when Indiana made that in the second round when they drafted that small what's that kid name? That small
Kendall
forward.
Brown.
Yeah, Kendall
Oh,
Brown.
okay.
Kendall Brown, the small forward, Alabama.
Small
Yeah.
forward. We had a
Yeah.
chance to get him. But yet we went Trevor Kills. But
You know
Kendall Brown was a
who the
position that
Pacers
we
drafted.
needed.
I was gonna say, you know who the Pacers drafted early second round last draft? Andrew
Andrew Nimmer.
Nemhart,
Yeah,
and
Andrew Nimmer. Yeah.
he was destroying the Warriors last night.
Oh,
They
yeah.
couldn't. They had
Well,
no answer. He had
well,
31, 13, and 8.
Let me just say this about the Warriors though. And the Warriors' defense,
Yeah, I was watching.
they
that
had just
game.
played 3 games in 4 nights. Right.
True.
So they played a back to back, was off, and then played another game. Right. Also, Andrew Wiggins was out.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so
Their wing
it's
depth is
basically,
suspect without Wiggins.
yeah. So basically, you can't depend on Jordan Poole to defend another team's point guard, bro. That's out. Jordan Poole is basically a Tyrese Maxey, Emmanuel Quickly type player.
Exactly.
That's all he is, bro. He is not a difference maker on defense, and they don't have Gary Payton II anymore.
I don't know
you
why
know,
they didn't throw in Moody. They could have just thrown Moody in there because he can actually play some defense. But he was cooking Curry. He was cooking Curry bad, like just.
Yeah, the
And he was
Warriors
getting
have.
dribble penetration and tossing lobs all over the place. And it's just like doing dribble step backs and all that. It was looking terrible.
Yeah, the Warriors had a terrible first half last night. Uh, two more things I wanted to tell Sophie. I was also saying the other day, yeah, you can build this team from scratch, do the draft, but that's not going to make this team a championship team. I mean, you're going to be waiting another 2-3 years before those kids from the draft are going to become good enough to try to get us to the NBA
The
Finals.
Adam. The point
Yeah,
is, you draft so you can get the high end talent. You stock up
mhm.
on so much high end talent or decent
right,
talent, and you get rid of some of your old work, and then you
right,
bring in your star next to your high end talent, like the Cavs
Yeah,
do with Darius
yeah,
yeah,
Garland, Evan Mobley, and then they traded for the guy that we were supposed to have. That's
yeah.
how you're
Once they
supposed to
drafted
do
their
it.
core, and then the other stuff they added. But this is my thing though, Adam.
yeah.
The last time, we talking about it's gonna take time. Well, check it. The last time the Knicks won a championship, bro, I was
Huh.
in diapers.
Me and you both.
You know what I'm saying? I
That's
was in diapers.
ridiculous. Yeah,
Me and you
And
both.
then the last
Freezy was
time,
running around here hitting people in the kneecaps.
I was a
yeah,
toddler, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And so with that being said, but how many times have we seen we trying to go get this superstar,
You
get
got you
that
might got a little
superstar,
low.
and then come up
Uh,
short?
so figure you're a little low. So
So
Yeah,
figure,
you
yeah,
dipped out, bro.
yeah, can you hear me now?
yeah.
Good.
yeah.
Okay. So I mean, but look at it. When was the last time we went to a championship? That's when the lockout season, right?
Mhm.
All right. So, and
Yeah,
all the other times, all the other plans we had, we've been trying to get a superstar,
yeah.
and we're coming up short, or we overpay for somebody in name. So why not you do something different and actually dig in and get the young pieces? And not bargain basement. Quit going bargain basement. I mean, I like the young players we got, but let's look. We could have got high end talent now, and it also goes back to the nepotism and these cats smelling themselves, thinking they the smartest one in the room, but making the room making moves the way they did. Case in
Yeah,
point, I had nothing against Obi. I really don't. I like Obi. However, he wouldn't have been the person I drafted because I got to look at what we need at the time. At the time, what did the Knicks need? A point guard.
Yep.
You
right.
needed a point guard. You had Halliburton right there. You had what Trey Man was Trey Man in that draft? Yeah,
Yeah,
Halliburton, Trey Man.
yeah.
You had all these point guards. You could have got
No,
him.
Trey Man wasn't in that draft.
No, he was in the next one,
He
right?
was the
He
one
was in the
that
one
he was
after
the
that.
one after.
After you were after him. Well, okay, you could
He
have
was
got
in the Trey
Halliburton,
Murphy draft. Trey Murphy, Trey
Trey
Man.
Murphy.
They was yeah, they was
Okay, yeah. So you could have
Nick
got
Grimes
Halliburton.
draft.
You know, so a lot. You have some that didn't want it. Halliburton. You got some that did. Halliburton looking pretty solid. So, so you address what you need first. Don't just don't draft because it's a client.
And even if
But
you do draft for the client, you should be incentivized to see that that kid actually gets the proper time to play. But we
Right.
bought into that season and then double down into Randall, which is okay. If you want to do that, then get Obi up out of here. Get value for him while he still has value.
Right.
Mhm.
Hey,
Now
but
we
let me
waited.
say this.
Now we waited 2-3 years. Now his contract is worth less now because teams are going to have to pay him next year. So he's not even worth
Mhm.
the hassle for other teams. So we have asset mismanagement. That's what we have.
Right.
We try to manage our assets, try to acquire them, and then we toss out second rounders to get rid of terrible contracts. Asset mismanagement.
Right. Hey,
And,
so just real quick, man. So Anthony D says excuses. That was a talented forward the Knicks could have used. LOL. AD, man, y'all gotta stop trying to be right all the time, bro. That's not even what we talking about. You said excuses, Freezy. That was a talent forward the Knicks could have used, right? Last night, that dude that we were talking about, Kendall Brown, he played 18 minutes and scored 3 points. Come on, big dog. Y'all got to stop pounding this table trying to be right all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just
Hey,
say,
Freezy,
Uncle Freezy, you right. And Nimmer is not Kendall Brown. Hey, Dre, is Nimmer Kendall Brown?
no,
No.
I don't
We had
believe they
separate
are the same
conversations.
person.
We were talking about Corey V mentioned Kendall Brown. He said nothing about Andrew Nimmer, right? Kendall Brown is Kendall Brown. He scored 3 points last night. Bro, we be bugging out. Hey, Dre, sometimes we be wanting to be right so bad. We'll call out Uncle Freezy by name. Uncle Freezy, no, you wrong. Bro, come on, man. Come on.
Hey, Freezy, I wanted to show you like a Reddit post. You can look at it before if you want to throw it up on the screen, but I feel like it would make a hell of a talking point, and it's listed out and everything. I'm gonna drop it in the private chat.
Okay.
So Dre, I do agree with you about the drafts. Getting these young guys from the draft is the key to try to get some assets in the players in the NBA. I kind of agree with what you were saying there. And Soulfinger, the last thing I wanted to ask you is, do you think Tibbs is the reason why stars don't want to come play for the Knicks?
Ooh,
Nope.
No, you don't think it's Tibbs?
No, I don't
I,
think it's just. I mean, it's not just Tibbs as a whole. It's just the way things are.
Yeah.
Because you got to look at it. You got to look at what direction are you really going? Because if I'm a star, do I want to be the savior of all this? And then you got to look at who all's running with you. So I mean, you got some decent pieces, but do you have attractive enough pieces that make you want to come in? And like I said, I just can't say it's all Tibbs because some of the stuff he runs is like from the '90s. So if I want to do I mean, if I want to go out there and be like I'm in the '90s, yeah, that's what I want to get down and do. Or do I want to get up and down the court? I mean, I like the fact that he is defensive minded. That was his calling card. But there's other ways to go. I don't think that, I can't just say it's all Tibbs. It's a few factors to it, man. But I think for a superstar, you got to look at who else is playing with me.
man, so figure. I don't think no star in the league wants to look up and hear Tom Thibodeau screaming at them to run
Oh
a
no,
specific set. I don't, I
no.
don't, I
Hold on a
don't,
second.
I don't, I don't
Donovan
think
Mitchell
no.
did.
Hey man, Tibbs is gonna be gone after the first year of Donovan Mitchell being here, regardless. Donovan Mitchell
That's the
wanted to
hope,
be in New
though.
York, period. Not because of Tibbs
Unfortunate,
though.
unfortunately, I gave them man the chance. You know what I'm saying? These last couple of years, and he showed me something year one, year two. I was like, okay, what happened? I'm thinking I'm blaming it on my talent. Now year three, we gave him something. And we couldn't give him everything that we tried to give, but it's him. Unfortunately, listen, we can argue all up and down about RJ. We can argue all up and down about Obi. We can argue all about this, but these players have not developed under him. So let's change that voice right there, and then we can start blaming them players for the lack of talent that they have. You understand what I'm saying? If they don't fit into a system, you know what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying, and I just want to make sure I'm picking up what you're putting down, because the way Tibbs coach, they should have been drafting towards his coaching style, correct?
Exactly.
I feel like they did though. We got a bunch of high floor, low ceiling guys. Like Grimes is a Tibbs guy. Deuce McBride
He
is a
he
Tibbs
is.
guy.
He is.
But he
Those
didn't play them. He didn't play them last season.
Exactly, that is their problem. Tibbs don't know what he's
That's my
doing, bro.
point.
He don't know what he's doing.
Well, see, the thing is, this is the thing, though. If you know that this is one thing, when they got rid of Alex Burks and Nerlens Noel, when they moved them on, they were saving in a lot of ways. You saving Tibbs from himself. I like Alex Burks, however, Tibbs was
Me
gonna put
too.
him out there again because he was a solid role player, but you put him in that position. So it's now you force Tibbs to play everybody that he got. Well, the other guys that never got much action, you know. And it was quite easy to sit Evan Fournier because he was a defensive liability. I mean, I still can't get over the Indiana game
But
when
how
he
do
was
you sit?
sliding
How do
around the
you
floor.
sit 48? How do you sit 48 and not sit RJ?
Well, see, that's now because he's the golden child, Freeze.
I'm about to say that.
Oh, my shoulder
Because during
killing me.
the summer when we were looking at defensive ratings, what's good, coach?
But no,
During
I
the
know,
summer
I
when we were
know,
looking
but
at defensive ratings, RJ Barrett
oh,
and Evan Fournier last year had the same defensive rating, right?
it
And
sure did.
we went deeper into it and looked at Cam Reddish, and we were like, oh snap, Cam Reddish was better on defense than what we thought. That's what we
Yeah,
discovered this summer,
I remember being
right?
on with you when you brought that. Yeah, discovered that. But it's all about. I mean, it's the politics on it now, Freeze. And like you said, it's gonna be it's the face of the franchise. He's the golden child. I want the knife.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So when you say RJ is the golden child, what do you
Please.
mean by that, Freezy?
what's up, coach? Well, what did Adam
Coach,
say? Say
coach,
that
coach.
again, Adam.
When you say RJ is the golden child, what do you mean by that? Salute, coach.
He can do no wrong.
When you say RJ is the
Well,
golden child, what do you mean by that?
it means that's what the front office
Yeah.
and the media
Organization.
has portrayed him as.
Okay.
They presented him as that. It's not that
Hmm.
we think he's personally untouchable. Well, when I say we, I'm gonna say me. I'm not trying to speak for Freezy, but I'm assuming it's what he's doing too. Like he's present, you know, the front office is presenting RJ as the golden child, the savior. And if we want to take the bait and believe it, that's on us.
Right.
So so
Hey,
Hmm.
so, so whenever we portray him as that, it's not that we believe that or we think he's that great or that untouchable. In a personal sense, it's more of it's a troll or a rib at the front office when we call him that. That's just me. That's how when I talk to him about him like that, that's what I do.
hey,
And to say I don't have anything against RJ, I really don't. Um, he could be a better player in a different situation. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And it's just Tibbs should be he's a more of a veteran centric coach. You know what I'm saying? And if you put him with older guys, older veterans, then he can do things. He's gonna squeeze every ounce of everything out of you. But
Yeah, and that's where the front office failed him. It's because
mhm,
I disagree with Dre. They didn't give Dre. I mean, they didn't give Tibbs
Tibbs players. Tibbs players are veterans or guys that are defense
But if
first.
you're, we're
That whole
half-assing it,
floor
so
ceiling stuff, like they don't know that.
it matters.
Wait, Coach, hold on, y'all, hold on. Coach, are you saying that the front office didn't sign veterans for Tom Thibodeau?
No, I'm saying originally they attempted to do it, but after that failed.
And in the first season they did it, right? And
Negative.
they brought back Alfred Payton, and they brought in Austin Rivers.
Austin Rivers,
Yeah, they
Bullock.
brought in veterans in the first year too.
Can I say something? I want to say something to Coach's point. Listen, Coach, he went into that situation knowing that he was going to work. He had to work from scratch with younger players.
Right.
That's what Leon Rose told him from the beginning.
Right.
That we're not bringing in a bunch of veterans and trying to rebuild his team through vets and stuff like that.
Did he tell him that though?
That was on the charter. That was on a charter when he first started.
Tibbs wanted to trade RJ as soon as he got here.
Yes, because that was what Leon. Because to Coach's question, yes, because that's what Leon Rose said in his first press conference. You remember the Zoom meeting press conference, the first press conference he did, the Welcome to New York Leon Rose press conference. That's exactly what Leon Rose said. We're going to establish a culture. Right, that's goal number one. Establish a culture. We're going to try to bring in some vets. We hired a veteran coach. You know, we're going to try to do such and such. Now, remember, at the time that Leon Rose got here, there was no Obi, right? There was no Obi. There was no Quickly. There was no Grimes. There was no Sims. There was none of these guys, right? When Leon Rose first got here, and in that press conference, he said he wanted to establish a culture of winning basketball, one to get the New York Knicks back to their championship ways. That's what he said in that first the Zoom meeting. Everybody saw. Well, I would assume that everybody saw it. The very first one, when he had Leon Rose was in the hotel, and you could see the New York City skyline behind him. In that press conference, Leon Rose said that.
Soulfinger, I wanted to ask you this last one. Because I asked Freezy this, I asked Dre this. Dre said he was going to be patient. Freezy and I, we wasn't going to. We did not want to be patient. We wanted it to be now. So the question is, do you want to be patient and wait 2 to 3 years for this team to be good enough to make it to the NBA Finals, or do you want to see them be a contender now?
I mean, I'm not big on the whole microwave thing because as soon as you get it, it's gone. You know what I'm saying? I got more time than I got money, so I can be patient with it if you're building it the right way. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
However, the key word is if. If it was a split, we all be high.
Right. and to this thing that a lot of us are nervous about. Yo, don't tell me to wait 5 years, and then in 5 years this team is still trash.
That's the main. That's the main thing. That's the main thing right there. Because Freeze, how many you and I talked about this on your show and off and on and just one-on-one. If first of all, the general manager, if you're gonna let the fans, you have some kind of expectation. I mean, granted, you don't have to go out and tell people jack, but your customers, the consumers of your product, would like to know something instead of those you go on an interview with Mike Breen and they throwing you meatball questions.
Scripted.
Yeah, man, scripted was an understatement on that one, man. That thing was written. I mean, it was teleprompted, written out with crayon and everything else. That
they would cut out certain parts because he still messed up answering questions.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I did ask Coach that question as well. My bad, Coach.
Adam, why you in a rush, man? You sound like a young guy. I don't know why you in a rush.
No, I forgot to mention Coach. I asked him.
No. He's talking about the rebuild, not the question.
No,
I
yeah,
remember.
the rebuild.
I
I'm
mean,
like, why are you in a rush?
but my thing
remember.
is, I understand why everybody want it now because it's been so long. Like I said, the last time they won a championship, bro, I was in diapers. The championship after
But
that, when we
so
got to the finals, was '94. It was '94, and I watched them go down in a blaze, and go down through a blaze of glory, man, up there around a Laker and a Rocket fan. Had to walk out of the barracks, hold them a head down, dog. And then after that, I was
so I was gonna
yeah,
say
we
so
go.
finger Freezy had posted I don't know, you said you wanted to try something different. Freezy had posted like a list of like every draft pick and the context of how we took these draft picks. And it was never because we actually wanted to rebuild. It was just because we were sorry. Like we
Yeah,
were
yeah.
sorry. That's the only reason we got high draft picks. We never actually attempted a normal rebuild. You would get like
Well,
a high
see,
pick, and then you would attempt to like try to jump right back out there with like a terrible trade that reset us
yeah.
like back more
I
years.
mean, yeah. I mean, look. Like, hey, Freezy. I know you pulled up the Barnyarny. We traded for
Yeah.
Barnyard and gave up all that, and that put us back how many more years? 5.
Yep.
You know, so you got to look at. And then the thing is when have we actually had, other than Donnie Walsh? When was the last other basketball mind we had
Hey,
in,
I'll be
in,
right
in the
back. I'm gonna use the
organization?
bathroom. I'll be right back.
You know what I'm saying? When we
When was
had
the
a
last time we had
basketball
a
mind?
basketball mind?
Yeah, other than Donnie
Ah,
Walsh.
I mean, if we're considering actual players, Isaiah Thomas was technically a basketball mind, but he was trash in an office.
See, and like I said, and he was trying to be innovative and stuff, man. It's like I don't understand. I mean, the moves he made, what he was trying to do.
He was doing moves just to do them. Like, it ain't had no rhyme or reason or
Yeah.
chemistry. He
Who?
was just doing things. Tom Isaiah.
Oh, Zeke. All
He
right,
was
my
just
bad.
yeah.
Yeah,
He
see,
was
yeah.
just doing things to do them.
I
That's what
mean, when you talking about doing things to do them, it's like me taking a Yugo and putting a fuel injected turbos engine and stuff in it and see how fast I can go. Just because I got nothing else to do.
But
You
man.
put
That
you put
that,
you
just
put
that
to, just to answer
put.
your
go ahead,
question,
coach.
Adam, about like my patience level, I bro, I'm at the age. I'm 47 years old, man. Like this dude's my age that fall like don't wake up, yeah, and no one knows why. You know what I'm saying? So as far as my patience level, I mean, I it goes two ways. The first way is, well, I've gone this long, and I'm an older
Yeah.
dude, and I tend to have a little more patience than some young bucks. So what's waiting a little bit longer? Because a year to me is a lot less time than a 25-year-old or 30-year-old. But at the same time, my big behinds are waiting so damn long. I'm tired of waiting.
No, and I'm
You know
with
what
you.
I'm saying? So
Hey,
like
coach.
it's like a catch 22 for me.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm with you on that, coach.
yeah,
Like I said, I'm being patient about it. Like I said, I was
but
in diapers.
yeah,
I
I
was
mean,
in diapers last time they did
I want
anything,
I
dog.
want to be realistic about it. I'm not saying like tomorrow. You know, so, the second coming of LeBron or Kobe's going to walk through the door and save us. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I think we have a handful of pieces here already that if we brought into studs with these other guys as being our role players or fourth options, I think we could be very competitive right away, like competing for the conference. Like I'm talking
Hmm.
like if we get a Batman and Robin, and then the rest of the DC universe behind them. You know, say like or whatever.
Uh,
Like
I'm
right
saying,
now,
I'm saying,
we got them side pieces that people when people try to name superheroes, you forget the name of them.
but coach,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like even if we were to, if
like the Wonder Twins.
Yeah,
I'm saying
Exactly.
like coach, who would you want to keep here if we were to get the Batman and Robin? Because cap wise, there's no way we can keep RJ Randall and Brunson. Well, we try to get a Batman and
I
Robin, so
mean,
you'd have to keep
technically,
two at
I mean,
max two, probably only one you can keep.
one of those three. It would all depend on who those two are. Now,
That's
Hmm.
fair.
you know what I'm saying. If the two is one of the two's got to be a a guard,
A wing.
either
It's gotta
a
be a
combo
wing, in my
guard,
opinion.
wing type. So, and the other one is if it's a 5 or if it's a 4, if it's a point, whatever. I don't know, but to me, with the way the salary cap's moving right now, and honestly, these three guys aren't their salaries aren't as big as everyone makes them out to be.
You're right.
You know what I'm
But we
saying? Like,
still talking about two max guys though. Like the guys we're gonna get,
no,
they're gonna be
I
max
mean,
guys
I'm
unless we get
saying
rookies.
maybe a max guy and a guy on the way up that's gonna be special one day. You know.
Yeah, but
That's a draft pick.
What is it going to take for us to get a max guy?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you who I think we should get. Adam.
What's that?
Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
Go get
his age.
Devin.
I would definitely get Jimmy Butler. Yeah, because you know the Knicks fans are fed up. They are done being patient.
Wow.
To see this team make it to the NBA Finals. They're done.
I
They're
think
done
y'all
being patient.
tripping
They're fed up.
over Jimmy Butler. I think y'all personally. I think y'all tripping.
But you're not
I
thinking
agree
of.
with you.
No,
But you're only
Jimmy
thinking
Butler
of.
can ball.
He's not the answer for for the next 5-6 years as far as
But he's
growing.
the answer for the next 2 to 3 years.
Right. Like that's why you got when I'm not saying it's you guys in particular, but the guys that are in the camp of let's blow this thing up, and you think like 6-7 dudes are gonna come in here all of a sudden and change everything. It's not gonna be that way. You gotta have them 1 or 2 guys, them glue guys that help with the transition.
Mm-hmm.
Like you need like 2 really good dudes that are almost maybe they only got about 3 or 4 good years left, and while that's happening, then that's when the other things you make it like presentable to where someone else big time wants to come.
Yeah,
But can I say something? The reason, the thing I'm thinking about, I hear what y'all saying, but still, at the end of the day, we got to change the voice of what this team is listening to. You know what I'm saying? You can bring in these 2-3 guys, and we still feeding into the same BS system.
Yeah.
The system has to change. We have to change the way. You know what I'm saying? You talk about direction.
Lee,
And you
Lee,
talking
but
about, hold on a second.
but Lee, you assuming that Jimmy Butler can't play in a different system.
No. I'm not assuming anything about Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, you just said we got to change the system, and I'm saying that if you bring in Jimmy Butler, he'll play in any system. Both of us can be right. If you change the coach and change the system, I think Jimmy Butler can play in it.
Okay, that's all right. Cool. All right, then if you say that, then all right. Yeah, of course, because he's shown it in Miami, but also too, that's a defensive centric system. You know what I'm saying? Defense first, shut them down, and then let's go for what we know from that point on. You know what I'm saying? From whatever offensive aspect that they run. But what I'm trying to say is that this team is flawed right now from the coaching system as of today.
I'm just the thing that makes me wary about Jimmy because he's already getting older. He's gonna turn 34 soon. Makes a ton of
No,
money.
No, he not. He just turned 33
Or
in
when is he?
September.
Okay, he just turned 33. Well, he just missed 8 out of the last 10 games because of a sore knee. And the way he plays is straight physical, and he's not overtly athletic. I just don't know how much tread is going to be on his tire if we were to bring him here and expect him to take on a huge role as being the guy. Because I don't know how much longer he's going to last.
Are you an advanced stat guy?
Yeah, yeah, Jimmy Butler is an elite. Jimmy Butler is an elite basketball player, especially when it matters down the stretch. I just don't know how much tread he has if we were to get him. That's my issue because I don't want to just get a max guy and then the most we get out of him is a year and a half, and then we're stuck holding the bag and we're stuck.
But if you get a year and a half, those are the last 2 years of this contract.
I think he got an extension for Miami. He got an extension.
Okay.
I do believe he did. He did. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm okay. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay.
No, but what I think Freezy's implying, which I think the same thing. If we got someone like per se, like say, even if it ain't Jimmy Butler, say it's like a Zach LaVine situation or someone that, like, as far as what we consider, and I don't even want to say Zach LaVine. I'm just someone like,
I see what you're saying.
yeah, like we need someone that maybe in the scope of
How
our
about a Jaylen Brown?
like the time. Well, I mean that's making a real
Man,
move.
I'd trade half the team.
That's that's a now move and a future move.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, look, I know I
like,
stood a better chance. I know we stood, me bringing that name up, and just to say,
yeah.
I'm just throwing the name out because really, in some ways, we stood a better chance of running through hell and gasoline draws before that happened.
No, but what I mean is like the now move we need to make, to me, is someone that might not be on the timeline with our younger dudes, as far as that's going to be here for the duration, but he's going to help launch launch it off. So we need to get someone that's like, even if he's in his upper 20s, early 30s, whatever age it is.
What do you think of it like? What do you think of it like the Iggy move to the Warriors? That kind of move, but they already had their guy, so I want.
Well, I mean, it would be a guy who would most likely be a dude that's at the very least Randall's level of production as far as like scoring and everything, but he's a better headspace, for everyone. As far as being a leader of a team, like someone that's used to winning, a younger vet that's like just who's what I consider an all-star. We need an all-star here first, and then if we can get a young guy that's about to be a legend or is turning into something.
Randall should have been that guy.
Shea
should have been the other guy.
Yeah, well, personally, I think if we got somebody like either a 3 or 4, that's kind of like a hybrid guy. That's like a super athletic dude that's just long, that could play either the 3 or 4, that can be in when RJ isn't, or if Randall's not, whatever. And then definite shooting guard like SGA, like a combo guard.
That's
future star.
That's the person we need to be trying to run after. That's the person we need to go after.
Who?
Shea. 6'6", 6'5". We gotta find a way to pry him away from Oklahoma.
He's 6'7", actually.
Either or, I don't care. Yeah. It doesn't matter about his measure.
That's even better.
Exactly, but still, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, somebody who can complement. If you're gonna have RJ here, somebody who can complement him, somebody who can make up and back up the flaws of Brunson. Yes, you understand what I mean? That's the person that we need.
Yeah, because here's the thing: if we're gonna rock with as many of these younger dudes as we have, per se, like this is something I've said so many times, even earlier in the year and in the preseason. We've got too many projects going at once. Mm-hmm. We can't have this many at once. Like, to have this many younger dudes that are in their first, second, third year in the league, like, it's still not because if one of these dudes were going to hit and hit hard for us, at least one out of the 4 or 5 of them we got would have hit by now.
Yep.
So at that point, you got to scramble and cut it in half. What you got work, you can't have no successful team's gonna have this many projects going on at once. You can't.
I mean, keeping it 100. How many of them do you hit? And they're all like, not all, but a lot of them are second rounders and late first rounders. Like, it's not likely. Regardless, I think they were drafted to be just role players anyway.
Just role players, yeah.
Yeah, then we need to have those expectations of them. Stop saying that Obi's a starter. Stop saying that Quickly is a point guard. Stop saying that he's the answer either. Like, stop saying like
you can be a point guard and a role player too.
But he's not. But he's not good for.
No, I think
we already got enough guys like him.
Yeah, Tibbs is handcuffing him, bro. And here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. if the Sixers had Quickly and we had Maxey would look just like Quickly right now.
Facts.
Yeah.
And here's the reason why. Before people start jumping out the window, if you've never played a team sport, you don't know what it's like to be coached up, have a coach in your ear. And that in sports, bro, you have the assistant coaches that are on the fringe. You have a position coach that coaches your position, and then you have a head coach, right?
Mhm.
And the assistant coaches get the direction from the head coach, right? And they come down and they try to school you on what the coach expects from you at your position, and then the assistant coaches are trying to help you get through drills and stuff, right? This is the same for a lot of sports, right? And coach, I know you never played sports at a high level, so I try to break it down for you to. I'm tongue in cheek with coach. I was in this tongue in cheek with coach because coach knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? The deal is with Quickly is you can tell that a certain thing is being coached out of him on a daily basis. Right? This is listen. Look at Derrick Rose, right? And look at how every guard on the bench is trying to play like Derrick Rose, right? Rose is here for a reason. He's a template. Tibbs want these guards off the bench to shoot, and shoot. Right? That's what he wants them to do. When the shot's not there, they need to hunt for it. Right?
Great point.
Now, the second thing is, as an athlete, you have a natural inclination to be a team player. When a running back scores a touchdown, man, he go high five his line, right? If he don't, he a sucker. Right? If a running back thinks he did everything by himself and the offensive line he did nothing, he a fool. Right? So when you look at Quickly not throwing the lob to Obi when Obi is cutting baseline, the anticipation, he's not doing that because he don't have the red light. I mean, he doesn't have the green light to do those things.
Someone's turning on their TV in the background, by the way. I hear it.
Not me.
Not me.
Okay, I can hear it. Or an echo.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is, and coach knows this. Coach knows this. Coach is a position coach, and coach high school sports for a long time, right? Coach, doesn't the whole team operate based on the head coach's vision?
Unfortunately,
right.
Unless that one kid is so special and has been coached up his whole life, like a kid like LeBron, like someone that's like kind of like a savant of his
that
sport.
Is the system.
He
has to be the system.
Like there's some of them kids that they can still excel because they've been brought up with certain tendencies that they can still perform properly despite bad coaching. But the coach, yes, in general, yeah.
But the coach, if the coach gets a Randy Moss, he's gonna start throwing the deep ball because it makes him look better and helps the team win off rip.
Mm-hmm.
If it can't be stopped, if the coach gets a rookie that can't be stopped, he gonna let that young rookie do whatever he want, right?
Yeah,
because
like, perfect example of that is Randy Moss.
Yeah,
remember they thought he was kind of not falling off, but he went to the Raiders.
Yeah,
didn't really do nothing with them.
Right,
and all of a sudden he goes to the Patriots and breaks records again,
man.
Because they use him properly.
The Auburn coach was asked how he coached Bo. He was like, Coach, Bo Jackson is such a special talent. Do you coach him differently than other players? He was like, my secret to coaching Bo is I give him a jersey and make sure he hit the game on time.
Yeah.
Right? But if you're not Bo, you're not getting that treatment. And I'm speaking to the ones that are not Bo. Okay? I'm talking to the athletes that are not Bo Jackson, that are not Randy Moss, that are not Lawrence Taylor. These are outliers. Right? Everybody that enters the NBA is not going to be LeBron. Some of these players that enter the NBA are going to be named Emmanuel Quickly. Some are going to be named Obi Toppin. Right? And you can look at these guys being coached a certain way, And they were one way in college and as a young player. And today, as you look at them as young veterans, they're a different player. You think they just decided to do that on their own? No. Tibbs coached a certain thing into them. And until the Knicks get another coach, these guys are going to be the same. Look at Randall.
Thank you.
This version of Randall. Y'all think Randall is going rogue on his own? Tibbs is coaching this into Randall, bro. Because if if Tibbs wasn't coaching this into Randall, Randall would be on the bench, bro.
Thank you.
See, that's why I asked. Do you think Tibb is the reason why stars don't want to come play in New York? Because of Tibbs' system.
Well, originally the reason was Dolan.
Yeah,
because
it used to be Dolan.
And it was brought. It was said a couple of times, but now I guess in the end it still does fall on Dolan because he signed off on this front office who signed off on this coach.
Hey, coach, I got a different take on that. I think athletes are getting tired of the overbearing New York fans, bro.
That too.
People don't want to come. People don't want to think about Aaron Judge just signed with the Giants, with the San Francisco Giants.
Never
right?
satisfied.
Really?
Right?
Did he really?
Yep. Aaron Judge.
Wow.
Aaron Judge just signed with the San Francisco Giants.
How much?
Why do you think Aaron Judge is leaving New York? Because in the playoffs,
They booed him.
They booed him in the playoffs. Now, look in center field and see who out there next year. Right? Right? Why do you think Jacob deGrom left the Mets to sign with the Texas Rangers?
Well, they gave him way more money too.
And then
Right.
I mean, yeah, I know Randall pooed the bed in the playoffs, but we treated him the same way. He took us there, and then he had a rough playoff.
But hey, coach.
And then we booed him.
Hey, coach.
He's not officially with them yet.
But hey, I just want to say this to coach though, and when you know in regards to Randall,
I just got an alert on my phone that said he was.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So it's
The Mets just got Verlander though.
So it's official, Fuji. The Judge signed with the Giants.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
How much did the Giants offer him?
360 million. 360. I don't.
Million. 360 million for how many years? 9 years.
I'm looking at my timeline. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
It's just rumors.
I haven't seen any.
Okay,
official
so it might be just rumors. Okay. So it might
Hey,
be okay. But I did see John Heyman said it.
Yeah, and then he ran it back. But if there's smoke, there's fire. That's basically what it is.
Okay.
Like he deleted it and apologized.
I mean, the Yankees could have paid him the same. I mean, the Yankees could pay anybody whatever they want to pay.
Yeah,
So
the Yankees.
it wasn't because of money.
The Yankees offer him $3 million for 8 years. I see in my phone here and on Hot Stove $360 million. The Giants are offering Judge, but it doesn't say how many years.
Well, the thing I'm getting at okay. So the thing I'm getting at is this, right? If the thing's not official with the Giants yet, then I misspoke. That's my fault, right? I apologize for that, right? But what I'm saying is, at some point, we have to look internally, like at ourselves. Like, is this a good place to play if you're a professional athlete? And do I contribute something negatively to that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Freezy, can I say something to that point?
Okay.
Because to that point, yeah, I agree with you. You know what? New York is a place. It's a special place that you're gonna play. I'm talking to a New Yorker. Born, raised, lived there for 22 years of my life before I left. And from what I
even Corey
know,
Lee left.
I left because it's crazy.
Yeah.
But the point of it all is that, but when you play there, to its even to its detriment, you know, you look at stars like Lawrence Taylor, they pick you up so high They even sometimes when you fall, when you come back up, you still rise. It's called the rise of the phoenix.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? The jersey is the heaviest jersey you're gonna ever wear. Yankees,
Yeah.
Mets, Jets, you name it. In New York,
Giants.
Rangers, Giants, all of it. You know what I'm saying? To make it there, you can make it anywhere. My point to you is this: it is what it is. If you are thin-skinned, weak of heart, New York is not for you. Period. Period. So if you're gonna sit here and not come there because oh my God, because the media and the fans are gonna might eat me alive, or you're gonna go there because people come to New York because they want to prove that they're the best of the best. So that's why I'll give RJ his props because he has not fared at all from none of that. We can dog him for all his flaws. We can dog him for him not being as athletic as he should have been. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're
So,
right. And the thing is, and here's the other thing. I, I think we're overthinking that part as far as people being worried about being here. Because look, there was a time where the New York, LA thing, the big city thing was a thing. But man, with technology now and the advances in social media and everything,
Yeah.
just
All that went away. All that went
everything
away.
is all touchable, man. Yeah, like
Hmm.
you can be so huge, you can be huge anywhere. Like
Look at
half the
Milwaukee.
times, yeah, half the
The,
time these guys don't even live in the cities they play in. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Because they got so many other things cooking and brewing. You know, so the lore of New York isn't like it used to be.
Right.
You know, and now for a competitive guy who is a historian and wants and believes in legacies and something being a little extra special, like someone like Kawhi Leonard, he's going to be a legend in Toronto like forever
Yep.
for what he brought to them.
Yep.
Like so in New York, the next guy that brings a championship to the Knicks, that guy is going to be he's going to have a statue put up. You know what I'm saying? Like that
hmm
dude is going to be so for someone that's willing to take that on, it, it's gonna be special for him. But
but that's the type of player that we need to find to come to New
yeah,
York with talent.
right. But see, the thing is, a guy, but a lot of these guys now, these young, especially some of the younger dudes, you know, they're like, why am I gonna go to New York and put up with their mess? Their fans like being all weird, like being all picky, and when I can go to Milwaukee and still be the man and win a championship and be regarded as one of the best players ever still, and not
It,
have to put up with that media and put up with the fans crap.
some
It's just true. It's just,
it,
there is a little bit of truth to it. There's got to be.
the thing like some guys just have that lightning rod attitude, and hypothetically speaking, if we had gotten the number 2 pick in that draft and took John, he would
It'd have
probably
been
eat
John.
this city
Hmm.
up. He would eat this city all the way up,
Yeah, that's
just
why
off his
Freezy's
personality.
right. In the end, the only way we're gonna get somebody is to trade
Get
for
a
them,
draft
or
trade or
we get
to find
lucky
them in the draft, high
in the
pick in the
draft, or
draft.
they gotta come here.
Yep.
But in to be absolutely honest, this is the like this is the player empowerment era of the NBA. So team guys still control even where they get traded. Like if you're good enough, if you're an All NBA talent year in and year out, you're just not getting just traded anywhere without really okaying it or having any say so in the matter. Like I'm talking about players like
Yeah,
slightly better than Donovan Mitchell. I'm talking about like the Kawhis of the world. And
Right.
even then, he got moved, and yeah. So, but
All
like
right. So
most of
Justin
most,
DW, thank you for the generous contribution. Justin DW says, Judge signing to New York Giants guys, don't worry. but we stuck trying to win and see the youth. But we aren't Memphis and Portland. We need to make a move. Portland moved CJ, got youth now, and look at them. Yep. And the other generous contribution he sent was, I hope we would go to the Pacers route and building an all-star, then trading for an elite youth piece and then putting more youth. Let JB coach just try something, right? Basically, we all agree here, man. It's man, look, coach, it's as simple as this, bro. Free agents ain't coming here. Period. Let's not even entertain that thought.
And what's the reason?
A stud, a top 10 NBA player, if given the opportunity, is not coming here. You know why? Because look at what Knicks fans did to Melo on Melo last year's. Look at what fans did to Pat Ewing his last few years. Look at how Knicks fans turned on Sprewell, right? Yeah, not enough money to feed your family. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all remember? Look how Knicks fans right now are turning on RJ Barrett. Look how Knicks fans turned on Julius Randle. And you want to come here and take the blunt of all of this? Come on, bro.
Breezy. Look at it went with Ewing. Look at how it was with Ewing when he was here.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Pat Ewing asked for a trade in '92 and got it. The only reason why San Antonio backed out is because they couldn't tell, they didn't have the heart to tell David Robinson he was traded to New York. You think San Antonio couldn't use that $8 million? Man, look, $8 million in 1992 is like 60, 70 million right now, right? That was basically a starting five. You know what I'm saying? Back then. But anyway, my point that I'm making is, if you're the Knicks, right? You know your drafting sucks, right? You know you can't sign free agents, bro. You got to go get these young players right now with these assets that you got, right? You got to go get Devin Vassell right now before his price gets too high. You got to go get SGA right now before his price gets too high. You got to go get these young guys before everybody recognizes that they're stars, and two, before the asking price is ridiculous. Because otherwise, what you're going to do is just rock with RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly. Right now, on that, what I'm going to say to you is this: Tom Thibodeau has ruined talent, and we've seen great coaches ruin talent. Yo, y'all act like y'all never saw what Buddy Ryan tried to do to Randall Cunningham. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Coach, you remember Buddy Ryan?
Buddy Ball. Oh my God, you talking about Buddy Ball?
Why is he doing all that running, bro? Because he's a runner. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to turn him into, well, Dan Marino was the hardest quarterback. The game plan. Randall Cunningham will never be Dan Marino. And guess what? Dan Marino will never be Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham, amen.
Right? Coaches will ruin talent. We need to get this thing out of our mind that just because somebody is in charge means they're right.
Facts.
You remember what happened to RG3?
Yes.
RG3's career got destroyed because of how they were.
Shanahan, yeah. But see,
BS schemes. BS schemes will kill people.
You remember a dude named Josh Freeman? You remember Josh Freeman?
Yes.
Yeah. Tampa Bay.
Bro, Shiano.
He came up 10-6.
Killed that dude, bro.
Bro, what are we doing? Josh, and for the record, y'all, I'm just say this real quick. Josh Freeman was not an accurate short thrower, like underneath, but mid-range and deep, he was pretty good. Throwing like those 12-yard ends, he would kill all day long. Yeah. You couldn't stop him even on the run. This dude, those middle range and the deep balls. But bro, since the dude was passing for like 57%, they ruined him.
I can say David Carr. Remember David Carr?
Yeah.
Yes.
destroyed him immediately. Career dead
Tom
on arrival.
Coughlin. Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, Tom Coughlin. Oh my God. And yeah, and so
That's who Tibbs is. That was a perfect example. Tibbs is Tom Coughlin.
Well, without the rings. That's why I called him Buddy Ryan.
Yeah. Well, like
because Buddy Ryan won a championship as a coordinator with the Bears.
Yeah, but see, like Tibbs used to be like, Coughlin was, he was pretty successful with, the Jaguar teams and all that stuff, and that was kind of like Tibbs' old thing. But then when Coughlin resurfaced as a head coach again, that he was just talking right through the players. They didn't even want to hear.
But see, hey, coach, that's the thing.
Hold on a second.
Said
Now,
something
hold on. Now I'm gonna speak up for Tom Coughlin to his detriment, because I'm gonna tell you something. He had to change, and Strahan stood up for him and said that his whole mindset changed in order for us to get that championship in 07.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
he was smarter
up until that point. He was that.
Hold on a second, coach. And also too, in 11, he knew how to hire the right coordinators in order for him to win. That understood his philosophy. That goes back to Woodson and what's my man name? Oh my God, Kenny Payne. When we lost those two coordinators,
they were players coaches
Knicks,
too.
Exactly. When we lost those two, he lost the players' ear.
Well,
because Kenny Payne used to calm down Julius every time Julius would just lose his mind.
Facts.
And then when Kenny Payne,
the Giants roster also was in a good wheelhouse with age for him. Like they weren't super young. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, they were mid-level. The offensive line was very, very good.
Yep.
Considering, and the defense was off the chain.
Rich Seibert and all them boys. Yeah. The defense was off the chain. I would say the defensive line was off the chain. Because with Tuck, Kiwanuka, Strahan, who was the fourth line? Chris
Euro?
And then they brought in OC. Hold on a second. Then when Strahan left, they brought in JPP. A second-round pick.
I wanted to respond to Freezy saying about free agents not coming to New York. Well, Knicks fans, that only means one thing. We ain't going to see no championship here in New York no time soon.
I'm going to say this. Hold on a second. To go against you, Adam, and I'm going to say this. If we are fortunate enough to find a way to get a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to New York, that will change.
One guy we'll go after.
But the thing about that's a trade. That's not a signing. That's a trade.
Of course. But then that means that Leon Rose has to dig into his CAA bag and find a way to prize Sam Presti. You know what I'm saying? Pry that away from Sam Presti, because Sam Presti has a lot of stuff going on over there. He has a lot of talent. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, he's overflowing with talent.
Hey Corey, but that bag you talking about, you reaching in, is a wet paper bag and it's got a hole in it.
I disagree. I'm gonna agree to disagree with you on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna agree to disagree with you on that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you what, because the thing is, the reason I say that, he was brought in because of connections and pull and everything, and we have yet to see any connections and pull. Everybody's looking at the Donovan Mitchell thing situation. And that
I'm gonna come back before, because Dre gonna kill me if he goes. So I'm gonna rebut what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
Let me just finish up. But I'm gonna say the reason I say that is Leon's not making any. Well, let me just say, for me, I just don't have the faith that he can make that kind of move, because I think and I'm gonna use a freezer word, I think he's out of his depth. I really is. We talked about this, and Freeze even brought it up on it.
I call him inept.
Yeah, inept.
Yeah.
He's inept, and he's out of his depth.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the thing, he's going to be outclassed by some of these guys trying to make a move, to make a trade to get somebody like that. I would like to see SGA. Don't get me wrong, but I don't see that happening because
Nope.
I don't think Leon can do it.
No,
And I
no,
was
no.
in the beginning, I was impressed by the little moves that he did. But that's all he's been able to do is like the little moves. It's like
Hold
playing
on, y'all.
domino.
Hold on. Wait. Let me just say this real quick, because Solfing and I agree, but for different ways. We were impressed, but not about the quality of moves, but the number of moves. They were active.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So initially, we thought their hyperactivity meant that they were on the road to bring in something special.
Yeah.
But what it wound up being, like what Dre said, and when he said it the first time, he was right. And every time he said it since, he was absolutely right. This front office is bargain bin shopping.
Yeah, there you go. Remember I said that about the shoes hanging up in the grocery store on that plastic hanger?
Right. But my point is, they made so many different moves. We were like, yo, they bought 10 pair of sneakers, but they bought 10 bought 10 pair of kangaroos. They didn't buy any Jordans.
Stop it.
So
they buying them Shaq.
Stop it, man. Don't go to Payless and talk that crap, man.
Lee, they ain't going that. You know where they shop? They shopping at Favor.
Oh, stop it.
You remember Favor back in the day?
You already know I know. You already know. They had one on Jamaica Avenue in Queens, so stop it.
Hey, you talking to someone who's hood enough to, I bought a pair because that's all my parents could afford at the time.
Hey, look, stop it.
In 8th grade, my 8th grade sneakers were Brooks.
I had a pair of Wildcats.
I wore Brooks, the Dominique Wilkins, and
don't choke, Freezy. Don't choke.
He was already retired. I had Brooks from Payless, bro.
This man said Brooks.
Hold on a second.
So, you remember K Swiss, right?
First ever dunk. I dunked in a pair of Brooks. I dunked a soccer ball in 8th grade. I was the man. I wore Brooks.
Hey, so
you got some thick thighs, bro.
Hey,
you got some thick thighs and good calves.
How many K Swiss have? You remember K Swiss? How many stripes K Swiss have?
5.
They used to call them Swiss Adidas in New York.
Okay. So what I'm saying is 5. So you go to Payless. You go to Payless. They got 7 stripes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's what we've been doing.
They had them fake.
Well, the fake Adidas had 4 stripes.
Yeah,
you know.
So
and the line.
That's the K Swiss.
Yeah, and the shell toes, the shell toes got the stripe. They had veins. The Payless, they had veins in the big
they had veins in them.
Stop it.
So this is the 3rd year that Leon Rose, Warren West, and Tibbs being in the Knicks organization.
They're going to the 3rd year.
This is the third year. Okay, so that means the front office didn't even make any moves 2 years ago. What makes you think they're gonna have any guts to try to make moves this year?
I want to answer. I'm going into that point. Hold on a second. I'm going into that point. Listen. Sometimes you got to think. Leon Rose is a businessman, a very smart one.
Yeah, but he hasn't.
At some point, you need to know when to cut bait. You know what I'm saying? And what's so crazy is that Tibbs is making that easy for him now. You understand what I'm saying? For the simple fact of what he just did. When he said he just benched Cam, how dare you? But so be it. So be it. What I'm willing to say is that this front office has the capability, and I think, you know what I'm saying, because we're talking about a super agent becoming a president of basketball with cliff notes. In other words, learning as he goes. You know what I'm saying? And when his ultimate influencer that's Worldwide West. You know what I'm saying? And the capologist in here trying to figure the figures out,
Jordan.
which they made, which they made a good, which they made cap space for in order for us to still try to get a free agent. And of course, we haven't done it in the first 3 years. Now, year number 4 off season, I'm gonna tell you like this. This is a make or break coming up to season, because I really don't think we're gonna do or achieve where anything we're supposed to have gone, considering the path that we're going. My point is this: is that we need to seriously try to get SGA away from OKC, and I'm trying to tell you, even if it costs whatever, quickly, Obi, whatever, to go with their young core of talent, which and dumping Tibbs at midseason it would really benefit our team.
The only way Leon Rose is going to save his job at this point
is if he lets Tibbs go.
He's got to fire Tibbs, because otherwise he's tied to him, and the only way he's going to salvage, at least I tried something at this point, is to make that.
And that's the point.
But I just saw
Worldwide West was the one trying to help him do that last year. When he went to Dolan.
I'm saying Ian Begley put out
hold on a second, and Dolan threw it right back onto Leon Rose.
And Leon Rose didn't do it because, like, Ian Begley put out a report literally like yesterday. He said Leon Rose is fiercely loyal to Tom Thibodeau. That is a problem.
Then they're gonna
F that loyalty.
But here's the other problem, though, guys. This is something that I don't think we talk about enough. Okay, so who? This is kind of a rhetorical question, because I think I know everyone's answer. Like, who do you think's been the most consistent and best Knick this year? Will we all say it's Jalen Brunson, probably?
Oh, by far.
Of course.
Okay. Unfortunately, Jalen Brunson and Papa Rick Brunson are Tibbs and Leon Rose guys.
Well, yeah,
we know this. That's understood.
So what's happening here? And the thing is, Brunson in the preseason and in early interviews, he's even said, "Well, that's just Tibbs." When things are brought up about him yelling and all this stuff, you know. So he's already accepted the style. He's already signed
grew
off.
up around it. He grew up around it. Though.
He's signed off on Tibbs
since he was a child.
So
that doesn't mean that, Joe. Just because you got an abusive father doesn't mean it's right.
No, I know what you're saying, but what I mean is, but what I'm saying to that is, though, now as Knicks fans, it's a catch. We're in a catch-22 all over, like we always are, where our most consistent guy we can count on, and the guy that looks like he knows what he's doing, is also the guy that's tied to the guys we want to get rid of.
Not exactly, because the young man flourished somewhere else outside of him.
I understand that, but I think he's still just because I think he's a good person, and I think he's gonna, vouch for him enough. If he's even talked to or consulted at all about the situation, it's gonna. That's why I think Leon Rose, the only way he can salvage this is getting rid of Tibbs, because
of course,
for that reason.
Thank you.
If he doesn't fire Tibbs, he's gonna lose his job. So he has to.
Exactly.
Tibbs is gonna have to fall on the sword first. Oh, yeah. it's the first domino.
The sword is sharpened for him. He's looking like he's looking like my man from Game of Thrones getting his head cut off right there. You know what I'm saying? In season 1.
And the thing is, and I'm not saying that don't make it right, or because, like I said, first of all, the man was set up to fail because he wasn't put, because the guy that's supposedly a Tibbs guy, Leon Rose, who you know he was all in on that hire. He didn't give him what he needed to succeed.
It was never planned for what he wanted. You understand what I'm saying, Coach? It was never. That was never in Leon Rose
job. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna say. I don't care that Leon Rose said, "Oh, we're still gonna build and we're gonna have." He had this press conference saying we're gonna have young guys playing and all this stuff. What is Tibbs gonna say? Oh, never mind. Hell no, he's gonna stay and coach still. I mean,
yeah, but still Leon still. But that's why. They gave him Kenny Payne and Mike Woodson. They hired him. They hired those two coaches outside of what Tibbs wanted as far as coaches. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. They hired him.
That was an echo chamber. That was just an echo chamber of everyone with the same idea, Tibbs' philosophies, or coaches that don't say nothing at all. Like, you ever go to a Knicks game, you don't see them coaches talk to Tibbs at all.
No, because those are his people.
And they don't even talk to the coach. Like, what is this? Nobody knows everything.
No, I want to say this. At this point, you cannot trust Leon Rose at this point because
don't put that on Leon Rose. You can't put that on Leon Rose.
No.
Leon Rose is not on the bench.
He had an opportunity to bring Donovan Mitchell here, and what did Leon do? Nothing.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you something.
Come on,
man. This is why we don't have Donovan Mitchell. Leon Rose was bold. Him and Worldwide West was bold, and they took Randall, and they sat in that stinking playoff game. And when they sat in that stinking playoff game, that sent a message not only to Dallas but to Utah. They knew what do you not understand that these people have conversations? They have conversations. These presidents and managers, they talk all the time. And they're like, listen, I want this guy. Come on, I know you finna blow this up. Let me get this guy. But the fact that he showed up was a smack in the face to both teams. Do you not understand that, Adam?
Yeah, we did too much.
Because you would never see Danny Ainge sitting at a Knicks game talking about, I want Julius Randle.
I mean, because he got common sense. Don't nobody want Julius Randle.
Exactly. But that's just why I tell him this is why I tell you, we have a president with cliff notes. He's learning as he goes.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like he thinks like that the move he did.
Hold on, man. Hey,
that's what agents do.
The point that my man was making is you don't see front office making these sloppy moves like that. Like you're gonna go to a game and be like, "Yo, I want you, man."
Well, that's what I was.
You gonna talk to Bradley Beal in the middle of the Wizards logo? How dumb!
You don't do that.
Come on, bro.
That was disrespectful.
Yeah,
that's a disrespectful thing. That's like Dr. Bus coming down to go holler at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in Milwaukee.
Like he's learning on the job, bro.
That's why I said he has cliff notes.
Yeah, like he ain't trying to he's trying to do this like he's still an agent. Like you can't. Like,
exactly. Exactly. I've said this. I've said this, coach. I've said this, coach.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Which is fine. Like, look, and I'm not doubting his. He might have a vision as far as like what he wants to accomplish and who he might want to have come here, but I really don't think he knows how, like the right way to do it because he hasn't done it.
I'm with you on that,
I
coach.
totally agree.
So it's like a blind. He's like a blind dog trying to find his bowl.
So what happens is, he got lucky. We got Brunson. I'll put it that way. Like
no, that was nepotism. That was nepotism in itself.
Yeah, that was nepotism in
itself. That was a relationship situation.
Well, I think the Knicks
he's like
got lucky to get Brunson.
No, he's not lucky. But the fact that what you call the owner of the Dallas Mavericks was low balling him, period, from day 1 to 2 to 3. When it was time for him to pay that young man, he was like, no,
Well, I
I don't
mean,
know.
because
Because Luca money, Luca, he had to take care of Luca first.
Well,
well,
because here's the thing, Luca is so good. Okay, I think
And
he
Christian Woods, excuse
right,
me.
but I think he overvalued how important. I mean, he undervalued how important Brunson really was to that puzzle.
you know what it was? Look at it like this, fellas. It was a package deal. If you think about it, you get one Brunson, you get 2 for the price of 1 because Pop wasn't working at the time. So think about it.
A lot of the
Basically,
guys
Brunson
really
said,
they weren't
"Lee,
He was
working.
college. He
yeah,
was in the college. He was in the college
he
game.
was in the college. Yeah, he was a college, but coming back to the pros, you know, he wanted to come back into the pros, and this is the prime example of nepotism right here, because he was, you know, the relationship they had and everything that was easy. So I couldn't really give Leon big props on getting Bronson because of the relationship he had. If he would have been, it would have been a move like you said, getting SGA. Then I'm talking like, well, damn, he
Yeah,
made a move.
because
You know what
here's
I'm
the
saying?
thing, them not getting Spider, okay, can be forgiven if they had a plan B, or they still have a backup plan on what else they're gonna do. Like if that didn't fall, like if that price was too high, they better have some other plans, because you ain't drafting all them guys.
To be honest
I've
with
said
you,
I've said this 100 times. You can't have this many young players and draft all those players. They ain't even
oh,
enough roster spots on the G League and our team to cover all those young dudes.
yo, coach, I'm gonna tell you this. You know what Plan B was, and it blew up in his face. Plan B was not Spider. You know what I'm saying? Plan B was Ivy, and he fumbled that right there in the draft. Because now, if you line, you gotta think you got a 6'4" combo guard. That was gonna be our secondary ball handler. That we've been saying, Uncle Freezy, for a while that we needed. That was the dude that was supposed to be there. Now that the fact that, you know what I'm saying, the fact that he couldn't add a Donovan Mitchell to the team was the worst thing. That was Plan C, to be real. Think about it. If you sit there and you really look at how everything went, this whole spring, fall, spring into the summer and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? They went hard at Ivy. They went hard, but what you call it was hell bent on not letting that go. They wasn't giving up the draft pick. You
So, so,
understand what I'm
Cor-
saying?
so Corey, you believe that Leon has what it takes to bring Alexander here and another free agent after that?
I'm not saying I believe in what he has, but I'm telling you this: he has the assets. He has the assets. Listen, I'm not talking
Yeah,
about he has the assets, and now does he have the charisma and the personality? Because him and Presti have a relationship. It's already been established. We've been trade partners for a while. You
right.
understand what I'm saying?
Because before the Spider thing fell through, who were the only teams that had around the same amount of, you know, stuff that we did? Obviously, apparently, it was Cleveland, Houston, and OKC. And OKC's wasn't buying like that, and Houston already has, and they're both in tank mode technically. So it came because now that Cleveland's out of the picture because they made their deal, we're still in line to be the next guy that comes around to trade for. So I mean, at least we're lucky we still got that. But now this way, like this time, we got our price is going to have to be what it's got to be.
I mean, and I can't believe that Grimes is the excuse, because I swear to God on everything I love, on, you know what I'm saying, and Lord, I don't mean to put this on my kids, but I would have sent him smoking on the first thing he said. Him, you good, gotta go.
Yeah, and for the people that are actually
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna
we're
reset.
justifying, we're justifying and talking to me about, and I'm not trying to say you gotta handicap yourself for years to come, but man, this is a win now business, man. And when I say win now, 2 or 3 year window, win now, that's the win now window. Okay, so I don't care about kids that are in 6th or 7th grade right now. You worried about giving away them picks? Get the hell out of here with that, man. That's why they have the every other year rule. We're still gonna have picks every other year if we give up a bunch of later year picks. I ain't trying to hear all that, man. I'm gonna be dead by the time some of them picks come through, probably. Man, what the heck? Like I'm sorry to be selfish, but
Man, I'm gonna keep it real with you. The SGA talk. SGA might be more valuable than Donovan Mitchell at this rate that he's playing at right now. Like
yeah, I mean,
he's playing at an absurd level right now.
like, I know it's crazy to say. Yes, I think Donovan Mitchell would have worked well with us in our roster and whatever. But I don't care that Jared Allen wasn't there. We just beat them with this roster, like, pretty easily, and we didn't even play that great on offense, and we beat them.
No, but no, but what I'm trying to tell you is this: with the right coaching, he and you know what I'm saying, whomever we can keep along with that, because Brunson's gonna stay. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't know about Randall, but the Golden Child might still be around. Those
Yeah.
three right there.
Well, when Dre asked me earlier, I really didn't get a chance to.
Oh, what
sorry.
To specify about, like, who can we keep and, like, who would we keep if we were wait for like 2 other big names or 2 higher level players.
Go ahead, shoot, coach.
And I think it's, and I've kind of said this before, and it's not that I hate Quickly or I hate Obi or I just don't like. It's just, bro, those 2 guys are not needle movers, man.
Oh no, I wasn't even taking them into account. I was assuming they were gone. I was talking about
And I'm not saying
RJ
I like.
Randall.
I want to keep guys that can do more than one thing. That's the guys I'm keeping on this team. So that's why, and as much as I really like Mitchell Robinson, I really do. But guys that are one-trick ponies gotta go.
Hold on a second. I don't think
But
Mitchell
what if the
Robinson's
coach
a
is
one-trick
making them a
pony.
one? What if the coach is making them?
Thank you, Dre. Thank you.
Because we're watching Hartenstein right now, and we know what Hartenstein can do.
And that's your guy.
I know, but the thing is,
so it's the coaching. They're not.
I understand, but you can let Mitchell Robinson go to the top of the key, and he ain't passing to nobody, and he ain't shooting. So when I say he's a one-trick pony, I mean he's still too much of a classic, defense rebounding center. You know what I'm saying?
That's only what we know, because the coach is not. But listen, what I'm trying to tell you. He plays to the game of what coach wants.
I agree with that.
We seen Mitchell go between the legs and take someone off the dribble and dunk from 40 feet out.
Right. So, but
I'm not expecting that all the time. I'm saying this is being capped.
When I mention him as far as priority of who I think should go, he's not. I'm just saying all the other ones I think are obvious. I'm just saying the ones that might be controversial. The ones that are obvious, I gotta go. The Rose, Fournier,
and the Randall.
Obviously gotta go. No, I'm not saying Randall obviously has to go. I'm sorry.
I'm saying Randall.
Not because I love him that much. It's
no,
just,
I love him too. No, listen, I love him.
And he
has value.
It's a depend on who we get for him as far as him. But what I'm saying is, like, I think I don't mind keeping the 2-headed monster of Mitch and Hartenstein. I think they're very serviceable 5s on a good team because we're going to be able to keep them and have them at a good value. We're not going to have to overpay for them too much. Like, for what they're going to provide, is like their value is more than their contract eventually.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this though. I think out of all teams in the league, the Knicks might be the only one that run two traditional power forwards in their rotation and two traditional centers in their rotation. That's not really conducive. You can't be spending that much money on front court, in my opinion. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to have like three rotational bigs. You're not really supposed to overspend on your front court outside of three rotational bigs, and then
Yeah, but
because
Randall
it's
isn't
a
a
wing league.
big.
He's a four. He's not a three.
I mean, he's a four, but he's got a lot of three skills.
I mean, he's still a four. No matter how we
No,
slice it, he can
just
do
saying.
some
The
of the three
problem,
things,
the
but
problem is his backup. That's the problem. We're trying to force him in the mix, and
we should
I'm
never.
sorry if you're gonna make me pick between him and Randall. I'm sorry, I got to pick Randall.
Yeah,
No
easily.
offense to
I'm just
Obi.
saying.
It's just
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I wish Obi the
No,
best. You know, when he goes
I'm
to
not.
OKC, he'll probably excel. So
I'm not losing sleep over Hartenstein either. I'm not losing sleep over Hartenstein's play either, even though it's the coach's fault.
I just see a lot of things he brings, man. He brings a lot more than some of y'all give credit for. He do some of the sexy things y'all like.
Who you mean?
But we're not seeing it because of the
Hartenstein.
coach.
What aren't you seeing?
Because of the
You
coach,
watch
we're
him
not
when
seeing
he
it.
doesn't have the ball, like the picks he sets and his footwork, his positioning. He's directing people where to go. Like I'm tired of having dummies on this team, bro. He's a smart basketball player, and all because he doesn't catch lobs like Sims. Everyone thinks Sims is better than him. I'm tired of hearing that stupid.
I don't think Sims is better.
I don't want to hear it.
Anybody saying that? But coach, you got an opinion. Everybody else can have an opinion too. What I'm saying, coach.
No, I'm just saying what I see with my eyes. It's not an opinion.
Right, but like what we're talking about, like or what I'm talking about with Hartenstein is I'm not saying Hartenstein is a bad player.
I know you.
What I'm telling you, no. What I'm telling you is that Tibbs has the shackles on Hartenstein.
He has the shackles on everybody.
You play a certain way your whole career, and then you play for Tibbs and you look different. You think Hartenstein just changed overnight?
No,
that's Tibbs shackling Hartenstein, bro. I mean, yo, you watch Hartenstein do a certain thing his whole career. Advanced analytics all summer. We looked at it at every stop that he played at. He comes here, and all of a sudden, he's the opposite of what he's been his whole career. Do we think Hartenstein just changed his mind, or is Tibbs telling him not to do that stuff?
Coach.
He was catching lobs and for the Clippers. He was catching lobs for Cleveland.
And he was
coach.
And he was a good passer.
And you think he's a high IQ offensive and defensive player, right?
Yeah.
But then when he comes here and plays for Tibbs, all of a sudden he looks different. I don't believe that's Hartenstein's doing. I think that's Tibbs' doing.
And my thing, coach, if we're just gonna ask Hartenstein to set screens and stuff like that,
and beat Mitchell Robinson
but like a non. Well, I'm not gonna say he's a non-rebounder, but he's not as elite at rebounding as Mitch is. Then we're paying almost a premium for.
Hold on. He's a better defensive rebounder than Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is a better offensive rebounder than Isaiah Hartenstein. Just look at their rebounding rates.
Yeah, the two things I want to say about Robinson is that he gets his rebounds, but what I see from Robinson, he looks very clumsy under the rim. I mean, he can't. He falls down too much, and he's a horrible free throw shooter.
Yeah,
come on now.
That's what I don't think Isaiah Hartenstein saw Mitchell Robinson in practice and was like, "Oh my God, I'm going to pattern my game after this guy. This guy's the GOAT." I don't think that happened.
Exactly.
No, he's forced to play that way because that's the scheme that's set before him.
What I'm saying is we're paying $25 million right now for two centers, right? And most teams are not spending that much money on 48 minutes of center play unless you have an all-star back there.
Unless it's
And that the way we're utilizing or underutilizing Hartenstein doesn't make him worth his money. I'm not saying Hartenstein is a bad player. I'm saying he's being so misused. We're not even getting the correct value for what he is.
The only reason why I'm saying Mitchell Robinson is the one that's sacrificable, it says it's no knock on his gameplay or how good I think he is. Hartenstein is literally the floor of how a big should shoot in this league. Like you can't. Every big in this league's got to shoot a little bit now. That's just the way. That's the way this league is set up now. Like all the.
But he hasn't shot. He doesn't. He hasn't shot. How many threes has he shot this year?
I agree with you, Coach.
I'm not even
Hold
just
on a second.
saying threes. I'm just saying you got to be at least a somewhat of a threat.
Not even threes. I'm saying how many 15-footers has he shot?
Who you talking about, Hartenstein?
Exactly.
Hartenstein just puts up floaters.
See, that's where it's not fair because you're asking about how many Hartenstein shot, but you didn't ask how many Mitchell Robinson shot.
I totally agree, but that goes back to coaching. That's what my argument is. The coaches shackled these players to the point where they can't explore. Hold on a second. The coach has shackled these players to where they can't explore how far the limits of their game.
And Corey, to me, Hartenstein is not a 3-point shooter because he misses 3-point shots too many times.
How many does he get?
He's not
2,
a solid 3-point shooter.
3 a month.
And you can tell when he hesitates, it's like Tibbs doesn't really want him to shoot it. Like he hesitates. He hesitates now, and I don't like it. I don't like that he hesitates. I just want to. If he's out there and he's open in the corner, I want him to shoot it.
And coach, that's all due respect to your point, because I know he's one of your favorite players, and I'm not trying to say anything. I'm not trying to doubt. I'm a Knicks fan through and through, and I like all 3 of our centers, and I like what they all bring.
Yeah,
and especially the skill sets that Hartenstein brings, because I thought he would be a Joakim Noah type of person for our Knicks.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
Hartenstein's a good player, but he can't even hit 2 3-pointers back to back.
And you know what I'm saying? It's not the dog. What your point is, it still goes back to my main point. The point of I've started this whole day off of is that we need to change the voice of the Knicks. And as much as I've been optimistic and gave Chips all the chances in the world, I've understood that when they said that Chips is who he's going to be, and I had to look back and think in hindsight of everything he's done from this point on, from Chicago to Minnesota, you understand what I'm saying? To now, it's just what it is.
Yeah, but and then, to a point, I saw someone in chat talk about some of the things and skill sets that some of these guys were showing in the G League. Okay, and that's to Freezy's point as well. These dudes just don't forget all of a sudden when they get on the court some of the skills they possess. That's coached out of them.
Yeah.
Like look, Svi had
said that earlier.
Svi had a 37-point triple-double. And he can't play D. He had 7 steals. I know it's a G League game, but this dude, he needs to give this dude a chance, bro. We don't have a shooter. He's a shooter. We have a shooter on our team. He's not a bum. He's 6'7". He's averaged 10 points a game in this league.
Hey, man.
You know what I'm saying?
It's the coach.
Like, give that dude a chance. Why not? It's not like he's old. What is he, 26?
I think we're all on the same page. And
then
I think the argument is the same.
Sims in the G League, he's shooting hook shots and like he's showing some other pieces of his game.
Man, he's doing Euro steps in the summer league, man.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know it doesn't always translate to the big show, but it's in him to do it. It's just sometimes you gotta take the governor off these dudes, man.
Yeah,
just let players play.
Coach, you and I agree. And basically, you see Hartenstein come here as one thing and totally get turned into the opposite of what he's been his entire career. And a lot of Knicks fans want to blame Hartenstein for that. But how? But why? Right? You see Tibbs. I think Tibbs is absolutely ruining Emmanuel Quickly and Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes is being ruined so bad that it's crazy, right? like you see Grimes go off the dribble and have his man beat, right? But the fear is if he can't get into the paint, then he can't get a shot up because Knicks analytics wants you to be in the paint or shoot the. Dre, does this sound correct to you?
Yeah, yeah, in the paint or shooting threes. No
Right,
mid-range
right.
shots. No real creativity. If you matter of fact, did you guys ever watch RJ play internationally for Nick Nurse? Like, did you ever watch any of those games that came up? If you watch those games,
He
RJ was
was their
doing that
number one
Harden step
option.
back. He was doing the Harden step back 5 times a game. Like he come
And did
here,
you? I think it was
we don't
Canada versus France.
we don't want him to take no mid-range shots when he comes here. No mid-range shots.
You talk about Europe.
Just-
I want a European coach here.
Hey, Coach, we saw. I think it was Canada versus France, where R.J. Barrett ran the James Harden ISO at the top of the key, right, and did a dribble pullback, knocked down a three.
Yeah.
And listen, I don't remember what happened after that because I fainted and bumped my head after that because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But bro, on the wing, RJ Barrett ran a banana cut. Wiggins hit him on the thing. RJ Barrett catch and shoot three, fading away. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
On a team with Wiggins, he was still the go-to guy.
Right.
Everyone that says they'd rather have Wiggins.
And I feel like the clamping of like the shackles that he puts on players, it screws with their confidence. It screws with their confidence 100% because they don't even want to pull out things that they work on. They want to just do the one or two things that Tibbs wants them to do. Like we say, like we get on RJ saying like he may be putting in BS workouts, but I feel like a lot of the things that he works out, we don't ever actually see it in game because I think he gets capped. Like the creativity of trying to do a step back multiple times in the game, Tibbs would pass out on the court if he did it, and the shot clock wasn't running down. Like we only see it when the shot clock is like at 2 or 3, and he has to pull something out of his keister. So it's just like, come on, man.
It's just that football coach that's still running Oklahoma's.
Yeah.
He's the football coach that runs triple option, man. That's what Tibbs is.
Right.
The wishbone.
Right. But like Tibbs,
the receivers are in a 3-point stand.
Right. with long sleeves. They out there with quarterback sleeves on, bro, because they jersey too big.
And stick them.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Tibbs, what do you need with 2 fullbacks and 4 tight ends, Tibbs?
Exactly.
Come on, bro.
It's the first quarter.
3 yards of dust.
We're on. We just got the kickoff. We're not. Why are we in a short yardage package?
We going against teams that's running a spread offense. We out here with 4 running backs in the backfield. Like, like what are we doing, man? What are we doing?
Mad because you can't have 5. Right? Right? That's it. Right there, bro.
Oh man.
We got like 3. If you want to talk about the old Giants team, we got all OJ Andersons and no Dave Meggett to change it up.
Oh my God! Thank God we had him. Thank God we had him.
Hey, you wonder when you see players like Trey Young, John Morant rolling the basketball all the way up the court like they're bowling. You wonder, does that drive Tibbs crazy? Because he doesn't tell his guys to run up to them so they can stop doing that.
You know what Tibbs is doing, man? Tibbs is making us run classic prevent defense. When there's a whole bunch of guys running a bunch of slot routes and digs and corners under the defense. we just letting them have it. We just letting them have it. Just take anything you can have, bro. We just gonna run
everything underneath.
Protect
everything underneath.
They're just running the score.
Tom Thibodeau, the route tree, the wide receiver route tree in 2022 is that the same route tree from 1980?
Or even 1990.
You run a button curve, run a button hook. No, bro. The receivers run routes named Sluggo. The teams don't run button hooks no more like that, coach. You know what I'm saying? You out here talking about button hook when teams out here running sluggos. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Or
Like,
flats.
dude's running 3 moves in one route. We running prevent defense. Like,
Yeah,
like they're
Like
giving
trying,
option routes
it's like
now.
trying to run
that
the triangle offense with not Kobe and not Jordan.
Nah.
We
No,
tried that. Remember?
you running a triangle with Raymond Felton
Yeah.
and Shane Larkin.
We
and the
running
reason
triangle offenses without generational talents. Like, we expect something to just happen. Like, it's just gonna work. With Kurt Rambis, man.
and the reason why I said that, the reason why I said it because yesterday I was watching the Celtics game, and Marcus Smart, man, he let the basketball roll all the way up the court, up to the half court, and that basketball stopped dead. And Marcus Smart was fooling around with the player on the other team, like making fake moves, and then he finally picked up the ball. I mean, like, what is going
He's
on?
making the clock run out on the game. Like, he's trying to limit as many possessions as possible. That's why
Oh,
he's rolling the
Hey,
ball up. You can
no, the
do that
clock doesn't
before the
run.
last 2 minutes of the
No,
game, and
he's trying
you're
to get the most of the clock. That's why he's rolling the ball up.
no, no, no,
Because
no,
once the
no, 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 no.
The clock is
Depending on
not
the
moving.
context, Corey. Depending on the context, he can. It's both. Depending on the context, like in the fourth quarter, if you're up by like 10, 12 points, you'll see guys start rolling the ball up. And if you look at the clock is continuously rolling. The clock keeps rolling until it gets underneath 2 minutes. Then every time you inbound the ball, it stops. But
Yeah,
before that,
yeah,
I would watch Nikola Jokic do it. Like, they would just roll the ball up, and you could see that the clock, like the game clock, is going down from 5 minutes and 14 seconds down to 4 minutes and 56 seconds, and they're trying to like literally cut the game short. It's like your run game when you're
yeah.
trying to run the clock out, like four
guys,
minute offense.
you want to know why this dude's not going to get fired? You know who's screwing us right now? The rest of the so-called East that everyone talked about how much better they're going to be. They're all laying eggs.
They're all
Think
beating
about
up.
it.
They're beating each other up. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
because look, I'm looking at the standards right now. As poo as we're making ourselves out to be, okay, we are literally. I know it says 9 on the standings, but the number 4 seed is 13 and 11.
Yo,
And
2 games out from
we're
4.
11 and 13. We're literally, and that's the team we're playing the Hawks right tomorrow.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we beat them, and we're the 5th, 6th seed.
It's just the problem. The problem is there's a huge gap between us
And
and
it's
like
not
the
like
top
I'm
3 seeds,
happy and
though.
like, ooh, it's so great. You know, it's just crazy.
It's a lot of parity, and a lot of teams underperforming. Like the Bulls are terrible right now.
Right.
There's been some early season injuries for some teams. You know,
Yeah,
The Pacers are overperforming. Like, they're overachieving. They're up
yeah,
there.
but also too, a lot of these teams are flawed just like we are.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I forgot who's there was one of these talking head shows. You know how they are. Someone was talking about every team, even the champ. Every team's got a weakness. There's no such thing as a perfect team. You know what I'm saying? You know, the teams that win, obviously, they're doing something right. But I mean, right now the Celtics are, they're 20 and 5. They got a pretty good
Yeah,
formula right now.
they look real
But them
good right
dudes, when
now.
was the last time they had an injury?
Marcus Smart missed a few games with an injury,
Come
and
on, man.
my TV is
Marcus
so
Smart.
loud. My bad.
You mean a
Hold
major
on.
injury? The
I mean,
major injury?
Marcus Smart's pretty good, and I'm not saying,
But they are deep though.
yeah, they're pretty deep,
Yeah, if you're talking about a major injury to like Tatum or Brown,
right?
probably not. But they can sustain injury. Man, that team is
Matter of fact, their starting center's out,
yeah.
and he was really great for him.
Yeah, but they got like 2 or 3 dudes that they just plug them right in.
Yeah, they plug him right in, but their defense their defense hits another level when they have
I mean, Milwaukee's a
their
good
center,
team,
Robert
but
Williams.
what are they without Giannis? Honestly,
I mean, they're okay. They have 2 All-Stars without Giannis, if that makes sense. But they're not going to be competing for anything without
They're
Giannis.
not the
But
top seed in the East without Giannis. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
they're not even the top seed in the East with them right now. So, and then Cleveland, who we just beat, and I know they didn't have Jared Allen, but
Jared Allen dropped 24 points in the first half against the Lakers. Just just to put that out there, he dropped 24 in
I'm
the
just
first half.
saying, man.
Listen,
I'm not a
listen,
big.
listen.
I'm not a big Jared Allen. I think he's good, but he's not.
He's not the. He's not
He's
the
not
like.
all that,
Whoa.
bro. I'm
He
sorry.
he is legitimately the key to their defense, though.
In the first game, he didn't do nothing against us.
Okay, but I mean, he's
Because
still a
Mitch
very good
neutralized
player.
him.
Yeah.
He's an all
Yeah,
star. Let's
but
just put it that way. He's an all star.
well, the most important stat is did they win?
Yeah,
Of
they won
course.
tonight.
Yeah, yeah, but let me talk to Coach about this. Coach, even with what you said, and I agree, I don't know if it. So here's the thing. I have complicated feelings, right? Because I understand where we are based off of what you said, right? But my fear is that we're gonna stay in this same spot with Tibbs, right?
Right.
Right. You'll bounce to 8, then you'll drop to 12. You'll jump up to 8. You'll bounce back to 12. You'll jump up to 8, and then we'll go on a winning streak, and we might jump up to 6, and then we'll drop all the way back down to 12.
Yep.
I don't know if that is a thing that Knicks fans can deal with throughout the season, and I know you're not saying that we should. I know you're not saying that we should, right? But my thing is ultimately, if we are somewhere between 6 and 12 with a guy that's supposedly a great coach, shouldn't we be considering something?
That's what I'm saying. Because look, the East right now is ripe for the picking as far as getting up and sneaking into a higher seed. Because I'm sorry, I know, and this isn't just me being a delusional Knicks fan. You can't tell me besides those top two teams. When you look at the rest of those, when I look at the rest of the teams on that Eastern Conference, like 3 through the rest of us, all those teams don't scare me. Like I really think going into each game, besides
I'm scared, man.
I'm not.
no,
I agree. I agree with Coach.
I'm scared of like our inconsistencies and the crappy coaching decision part. But as far as talent on the court, like us being able to play with those teams, I think we can play with all those teams.
In a 7-game series, I don't really, as the team is currently constructed, I don't believe we're beating like most of the teams that are in the playoff picture right
Of
now.
course, it's
I
easy to say
disagree with
that.
you.
If I was
I
a betting
disagree with
man,
you.
I wouldn't bet on it, obviously, because I know how we crap the bed and
Because you'd have something at stake. But if nothing was
Right.
at stake, you'd be like, yeah, I take my chances.
yeah, like because honestly, 3 through 12 roster wise and man for man wise, they're not that. Like I don't feel like when I go into a game with those teams and be like, oh man, we ain't got a chance tonight. Like the Celtics and Bucks, yeah, I kind of say that. I'm like, damn, bro, we can have our best game and we still have a hard time beating them. Like them other teams, if all the
The,
stuff comes together, we can beat the teams. Like we have.
I feel like I feel like I feel like the Cavs are in a tier beneath the 1 and 2, but I feel like there's also a gap between the Cavs and everyone else.
Yeah, I've obviously, if Cavs
But
play
but
their
but
best game
but
and we play
between
our best
four
game, they're gonna beat us. But if we play our best
four
game and they just mess around, whatever, like we're gonna beat them.
yeah, like
That's why it's the time. Now this is why I said this is the time for change. This is
Yeah,
the time for change. We need to change the voice of what's going on in New York Knicks culture. You know what I'm saying? In other words, imply some of Tibbs. I believe like we had to make a change, yo. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Johnny Bryant, I believe, can imply some of Tibbs' defensive schemes and all that, but also to change the culture of way we play offense because our offense is totally it's poor, it's poo, it's crap, it's nasty, it's disgusting.
Yep. And when was the last time we saw the Knicks go on a 10-15 game winning streak?
Come on, man.
I mean, it
Come
had to
on,
be. It
man.
had to be
Adam,
years. It
Adam,
had to be years since we
Adam.
saw that.
2 years. It's 2 years ago.
2
Yeah.
At
years
least
ago.
2 years
Okay.
ago.
Oh, that's too low in my estimate. And 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 and
And then also too though, Adam. I hate to cut you off, bro,
yeah.
but that's when we had those two other coaches in Tibbs' ears to make a major adjustment in the game plan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But again, you just said it, Corey. That's why we need to change.
And
I'm gonna say it again. I don't see this Knicks team getting a change. Not the way this front office is
yeah,
trying to run things.
and when I say the stuff about like I don't think those other teams are that great or whatever, we can play with them. It's not that I'm being complacent and I'm happy with that, or this is what I think is great. Like some of the people that like react to that, like thinking like this is acceptable. It's not. I'm just being realistic. And so and because we are, even if we are a little bit below the standard of those teams on paper, or because of the way we play, if we bring in one guy, all of a sudden we're leapfrogging some teams. We are. You can't tell me if we get SGA right now and trim a little bit of the fat off
Coach,
the
are you
roster.
confident we can bring in SGA though?
I mean,
I
don't know,
am.
SGA or
I
someone
am.
like him. If we get
I
SGA,
am.
we're as good as Cleveland. I know it sounds crazy to say out loud, but we are.
If not better.
You can't tell me we're not. We just beat them.
I don't think we're capable of bringing in the SGA.
I know that because only because Sam Presti, only because of Sam Presti. That's why I understand where you're coming from, Freezy. But
if
we can find a way to
a competent, solid shooting guard.
I thought you were going to say a competent, solid front office. My bad.
Well, that too. Now, if we bring in a competent shooting guard, okay, that's buckets and plays a little bit of defense and shoots like a better than average 3-pointer, okay, at a high rate, and we bring in a wing too. Just those two pieces. They don't even have to be a huge name. Just two guys that are very good NBA players.
Sounds like a $20 million player you're describing.
Okay, that's fine. We got to get rid of.
Here's one
20 million, Fournier and D Rose.
Here's one for you. Trae Young.
Why he ain't leaving Atlanta?
What?
Bro, y'all better start. Listen. It's a different world outside of New York. Y'all better start reading some papers, bro. Or something. Trae Young is disgruntled at the moment.
Yeah.
Him and Nate McMillan. And the thing is, the rumor is the organization is afraid to side with Trae Young because if they side with Trae Young, it sends a message to Trae Young in the league that it's okay for Trae Young to be a coach killer. Right? How many?
Because he already killed two.
Yeah. But if you side with Nate McMillan, an old school Tom Thibodeau like coach, it sends a message to young players that this might not be the place for young players to come and thrive. And if you notice, in case y'all hadn't noticed, Trae Young is shooting career lows in 3-point percentage and field goal percentage. Right. And the organization this summer just went out and traded for a point guard.
But that's somebody who we asked for, though.
And low key, Justin Holiday's playing pretty good for them.
Their draft pick that they picked up, that guy from Duke, he's playing real well for them actually too.
Oh, you talking about the shooter?
Except last night. Last night he stunk, but yeah.
Yeah, last night he stunk, but
yeah.
Wow.
Trae Young, bug in your ear. Trae Young.
That would be.
I don't want him. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just don't want him.
Hold on. It wouldn't be the same, but would you have taken Reggie Miller on the Knicks after he did whatever he did in the 90s?
Yes.
Who?
Reggie Miller.
Yep.
What, as a hired gun?
Yep. Yep. What year? What year you talking? What year you talking about? Around 96.
Yeah. I would say, well,
We better get
hold on, time out.
the best
They
wing
gave
defender in the league. We get him.
they gave he gave the Bulls a run for their money in '98. Would you have taken him for the '99 run?
Yep.
Ooh, that means that we wouldn't have had Sprewell though.
Nah, that means you're gonna have to bench Allen Houston, or play or bring Sprewell off the bench.
Well, no, because you got to think about this. We had Starks in the midst of all of that. That's what made that move to Golden State.
Yeah, you traded Starks for Sprewell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now that's a complicated thought.
So what I'm saying to y'all though is Trae Young, and I noticed everybody started eating peanut butter when I said Trae Young's name, right?
Bro, Coach, no defense, bro.
But the thing,
wait,
it would work. I don't think it would work with Brunson though. I don't think it would work with
him and Brunson at the guards. I'm talking about.
Wait. How are we gonna say no defense and Brunson is the starter?
It would be
I'm saying if
no
both of them
defense.
are in the backcourt together.
Okay, all right.
We now you get someone like DeJounte Murray. That's a different story. That's a defender with him. God, we should have got him.
Who you say, Coach? You should have got again.
DeJounte Murray is not the one that's disgruntled though.
No, I know
he's not, because he wanted to come to Atlanta. Come on, Ron. I'm waiting on you.
Yeah, man.
Nah, DeJounte. I mean, it's got to be somebody like, I don't know, man.
So you would turn down Trae Young because you have Jalen Brunson?
No, you should add Trae Young on this roster with Brunson and another superstar.
And man, listen, if Trae Young was available, I would put Jalen Brunson on one of those deserted island rafts. You know, the raft that you tie up with the twigs and the string. Coach, you know
I would trade him if I knew Trae was coming. I would trade Brunson if I knew Trae was coming.
Right.
And I like Brunson.
Oh God!
What are we talking about here?
There is no
the only consistent player we got. We're looking to get rid of him already. That's typical.
Hey, look. There's levels. There's levels in talent, though. Like there's levels.
Well, Trae.
I mean, they're both sorry on
Here's a
defense.
controversial take for you.
So
Trae Young ain't playing on Brunson's level this year.
Right now, I know.
Well, right now,
and that's why Nate McMillan and Trae Young are beefing. That's the point that I brought up like 10 minutes ago, Coach. But here's the thing. Don't let your dislike for Trae Young cloud the fact that when Trae Young gets here, all of a sudden Obi Toppin is John Collins.
For facts, I agree.
Well, I heard John Collins. I heard John Collins on the trading block actually too.
Mitchell Robinson is Capella, but more athletic.
Yep.
And runs harder.
Now, dude, the parts that we threw away, like Evan Fournier doesn't have to create his own shot no more. Now, all Evan Fournier has to do is catch and shoot it.
We are the New York Hawks.
Evan Fournier's got to go.
Yeah, but we're gonna get the Trae Young that's shooting like this the way he is this year. Watch him don't get a shot back.
No, you missed what Freezy said, yo.
No, I didn't miss it. I know exactly what he's saying. I'm saying he's shooting like crap this year, and he ain't doing that well. Our luck, we're gonna get him. He's gonna stay that way.
Right. It's because
that's what I'm saying.
It's because of Nate McMillan, bro. The thing
Yeah,
about
because
Nate
that's what we
McMillan-
got our own version of Nate McMillan right now.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Coach, what I'm saying is Nate McMillan and Tom Thibodeau are the same guy. You give them 2.5 years, and then you got to change. You can't keep these guys, bro. And it's not a Knicks thing. It's an NBA thing. Bro, how many teams did Hubie Brown coach? 1,000. How about Mike Fratello? How many teams Mike Fratello coached? Bill Fitch, Chuck Daly, Cotton Fitzsimmons. Bro, these coaches, they get recycled for a reason.
Doug Moe.
Because-
Moe.
In
Donnie
other words,
Nelson.
in other words, what y'all saying is that
Don
that
King.
message gets stale.
Yep.
You have to know that Knicks fans, they're tired of seeing this parade. They're fed up with this parade. They want to see something change, and they want to see change ASAP.
No, I'm okay with that, but not just for the sake of change, though. You got to do it the right way.
I agree.
This whole change just for the sake of change crap, I'm not a big fan of that crap. We've done that long enough too.
Right. And what I'm saying is if there is a whisper that Trae Young wants out of Atlanta, I'm trading every Knick with a jersey, except Obi.
No.
Except Obi, and except Cam's got to go.
What the heck?
Yeah.
I like Trae Young a lot. But
hold on a second. Finish your thought, Freezy.
The reason why is because of this. In the toughest conference in the NBA, Trae Young led a team of misfits to the Eastern Conference Finals. And we want to hold on to RJ Barrett?
That was ugly, too. That's ugly. That's a great, ugly argument.
I just don't want to replace Brunson to get him. That's all. If you want to find a way to make them two small guys work together, so be it.
I
ain't getting rid of Brunson.
Can you imagine if the Hawks GM asked for RJ Barrett and the Knicks want Trae Young, and Liam Rose has the nerve to say, no, I'm not giving you RJ for Trae Young. I mean, right there, it's a sign that Liam Rose doesn't want to do anything because he hasn't done nothing yet.
We can't indict him on that yet.
Hey, Dre, can I make you laugh, Dre? Dre, you still there? Dre, you got all right. This is for the historians. Lee,
yes, sir.
Guess who the Atlanta Hawks general manager is?
Who?
Take a wild guess. Just say a name. Just say one name, and then I'll tell you the answer.
Donnie Nelson.
The Atlanta Hawks GM is Landry Fields.
Oh my
Get the flying effing up out of here.
Oh my God.
Bro,
are you effing with me?
Hey, bro, you think okay? All right.
The light-skinned Canadian dude who sucked on the Knicks, who played at the wing with Carmelo Anthony.
Yep.
Ay, Dios míos.
There he
is.
Oh
my God.
I'm done. I'm some burnt bacon sitting on two bagels.
Another ex-Knick killing the Knicks.
Bro,
you
see it, right? You see what I have in the Google search bar, right?
Yes, sir.
I just came back. I didn't know he was the GM. Until now.
Bro.
Son, I lived in Atlanta, did not know that.
He got promoted from the G League. He was on that G League. Well, no, I think he was on the Spurs G League, if I'm not mistaken. One of those teams.
Cabron.
That was the worst development story I've ever heard. Landry Field is the GM of the Hawks. Get the hell out of here.
Right. And Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, when you have guys scared to make a mistake by starring a coach after every bad play, and every player being below their ability, it's coaching.
Mm-hmm.
Paris Duggar, that's exactly what I've been saying the whole show, Kat.
We all been saying that the whole
The
show,
whole
Paris.
show, bro. The whole show.
Look, man, it's
And I don't think Landry Field wants to trade Trey Burks. I mean Trey Young.
at this point, it's like a talk in a circle situation as far as this thing with Tibbs, man. I think we're all. I don't think anyone here is fighting for him, except for Hoodie Kev the other night. We Jedi mind trick Hoodie Kev in the making.
I wish I was there. Man, I wish you
was taking up the Tibbs.
Yo, Freezy, I'm mad at you because you ain't text me. Hoodie Kev was up there for that. Because I would have came in there and
we
oh my
actually had
god,
Hoodie Kev defending Tibbs, bro.
get the out of here.
It was crazy,
Yeah.
bro. It's crazy, bro.
Freezy, that's hilarious.
But yo, the thing I was telling Coach, remember
He
how
sounded like he was fighting for Kevin Knox.
Yeah. But the thing I was telling Coach the other day is, Coach, free agent's not going to sign here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And we're not going to draft well, right? So what I told Coach is trade for a young star while you got the assets, because you're never going to draft a guy. Prove me wrong. If we're ever going to draft a guy, prove me wrong, right? And free agents, LeBron James are not lining up to come here. So why not trade for a young guy in his prime? Why you got the assets?
You know what?
Now,
You said it. You don't. No. Yo, Freezer, you said this before. So therefore, I totally agree with you. I wasn't totally on board with you before the first time you said this, but now I am so on board.
I mean, Freezy though, like I mean, the last 3 times we drafted in the top 4, we found 2 guys, and we flopped on one, RJ. So I mean,
nah, I'm not gonna call him a flop.
I'm
leaving that. I'm gonna leave that to coaching, but that's. Go ahead, argue.
I'm saying I would rather keep taking cracks at high end talent, and then I would make my move for a star a year.
But
or
Dre,
2
you
years
hustling
down the line.
backwards, bro.
Is it hustling
You
backwards?
hustling backwards in that scenario. The reason why your thing is flawed is because you assume that Kristaps Porzingis would have been a megastar here, a superstar here. Right?
He might have been just a great role player.
Right. The thing about Porzingis is Porzingis was a great player before the All-Star break every year. But when March came, he always was injured. Did you know his entire tenure here, he only played 1 game in April. April and beyond. He only played 1 game in April and beyond.
Because his body would break down.
Right.
Either that or you just get fatigued.
Yeah. So my thing is not that Porzingis is a bad player, but if he's not available for the playoffs, what good is he?
That's a shame.
No knock on Porzingis. I'm talking about why he was here. Right?
But I'm thinking maybe. Well, this is strictly hypothetical. If he never tore his ACL, maybe his trajectory. Well, I know his trajectory would have been different, but that's a big if with the ACL and everything. But, yeah.
You already heard.
He was always hurt, and he admitted to you that he wasn't a number 1. He said in a press conference, "Man, I'm so tired. You have to be a certain type of guy to be the number 1 option in this league."
And that's why he was upset they let Carmelo go.
Yep.
And that's why his brother was pounding the table for him to leave.
Yep. Because even if you had Porzingis, right, who you drafted, the Knicks were never going to be good enough or bad enough with Porzingis to draft in the top 5 again. So then they had to sign a free agent. And here we are with the conversation. Like, what guy, if you're not going to draft a guy and you're not going to sign a guy, then why not use your assets to trade? this organization is good at making trades. Why not just do it? Do the thing you're good at. Yeah, I be seeing dudes in the club, mad. We in the club, the music bumping, you know what I'm saying? And they be looking
Good at
mad, like,
good at
you know
making
what I'm
good
saying?
trades, or just good at making trades. Period.
Hold on, Dre. Hold on.
My bad.
Dudes in the club, they up against the wall. They not dancing. They be like, man, this club, man, ain't nothing going. You don't see them 62,000 chicks on the floor, and you over here on the wall. This wall don't need no support, bro. Trust me. This structure is not falling down. but when you get a mid-tempo song, they'll get out there and do the two-step. And I'll be like, bro, listen, if you can't dance, do the two-step. And that's what the Knicks should be doing. If you can't dance, do the two-step, Knicks. Leon Rose. If you can't dance,
I'm laughing. I'm crying over here because I'm thinking about Club Indiana in Evansville, Indiana, when you said that.
Yeah. Bro, if you can't dance, don't try to act like don't try to be super hard like the club is whack, bro. Get on the floor and do the two-step. Coach, can you dance, Coach?
Oh yeah, I can get down.
Yeah, man. Yo, I'm saying, right? And but when I get a little bit too tipsy, I'll slow it all the way down and just two-step.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
You can't fail.
Our day,
you can't fail.
Any dudes back in our day that had to be one of the prereqs to get you some.
Yeah.
Because them ladies see that you can dance a little bit,
especially them big boys. A big boy that can dance.
Yes, sir.
Man, listen.
Hey, these dudes don't know about the circles they used to form.
Yeah,
at the dance.
Oh, even in the South, coach, you know, in the South they used to have them little what you call them lines. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we out there doing the Cupid shuffle.
It's unfortunate now because I came up in the era where people just stare at their phone.
See, we came up with like when Kid and Play, they did the 2-man dance, and you and your boys make up a dance together.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
people
saying?
would look at me. People would look at me funny because I was dancing.
like now it's just like to lean against the wall and nod your head. Yeah, what up,
Coach? I used to have this dance. Coach, I used to have my cup dancing and going to the tables and go see my man, and I'd be drinking, dap up my man, and still on the floor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying to Leon Rose, if you can't dance, guess what?
Get the step.
You got the two-step, bro.
I mean, TikTok's brought back dancing a little bit. You know,
right.
People starting to dance a little more again.
But that's in a house dance.
Yeah,
like in a club dance.
Hey, I can look like Michael Jackson. You give me about 7 or 8 takes. Keep re-recording. Oh, wait, I missed that step.
I think
the only song I won't dance to is the wobble. You play the wobble, I'm sitting down.
Oh man.
I think Leon Rose is getting too cocky right now. He needs to cut it out. He needs to make some moves.
What?
Cocky? Yeah, he hasn't done anything to be cocky about.
He's like an ostrich with his head buried in the dang sand. That's what he is.
I think we need to send Adam to Leon Rose's house. Like Adam, just tell Leon Rose what to do, bro.
Look, light a fire under him.
Just tell him what to do, Adam. Just tell him.
If I was in Leon Rose's house, I'd be like,
the Bulls.
Come on,
we need to look at the Bulls roster right now and get Patrick Williams
and Zach LaVine
or DeRozan and Goran Dragic. I know that sounds crazy.
To go where?
You put Dragic on the bench with that second unit. That's that backup point guard you need right there. He's the perfect role for that. And then what were you saying, Adam? I'm sorry.
Those players you mentioned to come to the Knicks?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's going to make us a championship team, but it's going to boost our seeding.
Right.
You know, open up a little something for later. Because I think Patrick Williams is he's on the way. He's on the way, bro.
Yeah, he's on the way, bro.
He's playing out of position over there.
Yep.
He's really a 3, but he's got that skill set where he can. You know, they're using him as a 4.
Right.
Leon Rose was straight for Vucevic though. So.
You said what for Vucevic? I'm sorry.
Rose
that's what Leon Rose right there. Your Dre's picture. Dre's picture is what Leon Rose is doing right now. As we speak, that is literally a live feed.
And give them draft picks.
That pick right there, Liam Rose, he looks ridiculous.
Like
This is
like
the
y'all
most
wouldn't
powerful man for the Knicks right now.
y'all wouldn't want, and I'm not saying they're going to be the savior, but y'all wouldn't want Levine or DeMar DeRozan.
Man,
Those
listen,
two,
coach.
those two guys, yeah, but that's still not gonna be enough. They still have to go get more stars after that.
Yeah,
I don't think
we
so.
done.
I think, I'm gonna say this, and I know y'all gonna rag me,
We
right?
gotta be as good as Cleveland with them.
But this is the exact scenario that coach said: go get a young guy and then a veteran. Remember that? You remember the scenario, coach? The young guy and the veteran. I know Zach LaVine is not super young, right? But if Brunson, Levine, DeRozan, Randall, Mitch, Hartenstein, Obi coming off the bench, and then whoever else, right? You probably want to keep Rose. You got to keep Rose because if you're going championship or bust, you got to keep Derrick Rose, and you probably have to keep Fournier. So you have to sacrifice some of these kids
to me gotta go.
and the draft picks. You know what I'm saying? And so what I would say is do it, because I think that team is Eastern Conference Finals team, because they have a point guard and a dominant playmaker at shooting guard. Mm-hmm. They'll have a walking bucket in DeRozan. Then Randall slides into the number 3 or 4 option, which that's where people felt like he would thrive anyway. And then you got Mitchell Robinson anchoring the defense.
It is rumors that Levine and DeRozan want to leave Chicago.
I don't know.
Well, they're 9-14. You think they want to stick around for that?
No, I think the Bulls are just gonna take the Knicks approach and say, "Hey, man, the Atlanta Hawks are at such and such place, and we should just let this thing play out." Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, "But how many guys who were stars come here and become mediocre? Amari, Francis, Marbury, Charles Smith, Rose, Kiki Vandeweghe. God dog it. X-Man, Noah, Doc Rivers. Yeah.
I mean, asking for Zach LaVine, knowing
Stop
his
being
knee
that hater, Paris
history,
Duggar.
knowing his knee history
X-Man was
kind
pretty
of
good.
set it up.
He just played it for a year. They traded him.
It'll set up so badly if like something were to happen to his knee, and then we're holding that bag for that $200 million, because it hasn't kicked in yet. I think it starts next year or something like that. I'm not sure 100%.
Well, but Zach LaVine, they're talking about supposedly there's rumors about him going to the Mavs.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, supposedly
that would be interesting.
But I'm saying, like, if that's all,
what would they even give up though?
They don't have nothing.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like right now, Chicago. Last year they were, because of who they picked up, and because of the way that roster was constructed, they were built for win right now. And they're not winning now, and they got a couple young guys floating around. But if they want to keep that going at this point, you're 9-14. You got to get what you can. I'll give them some picks.
And OKC feels that they're not going to win now either, so they're not going to keep Shai Alexander.
Hey, Trey, and also,
yeah.
I'm
that's
looking
my
at Zach
point.
I'm looking at Zach LaVine's injury history, and here it is: knee soreness this year, right? 2021 health and safety protocol, 2020 quad injury, 2018 an ankle injury, a left ankle sprain, and 2017 a torn ACL.
He had arthroscopic surgery in May on the same knee that he had the torn ACL in, which is, and then he had like, they started out this season with him on the bench, like taking some days off to like injury manage that sore knee, which is the same knee he tore. So that's what makes me wary, like in the long term
So you're not. So
perspective.
you don't. So there's not a number of knee injuries that you're concerned with. You're
It,
concerned with the maintenance of an old injury.
yeah, yeah, because
Okay.
if you're continuously getting sore knees from the same ACL, like usually when guys have their ACL surgery, they're over it and you don't really hear about sore knees 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the line in the same knee, which is weird. I
Yeah,
don't.
if he got a because I had my ACL done. If they grafted his patella tendon, which most guys probably do, because they don't like the idea of a cadaver. Like a cadaver is like when you get a donor tendon from a dead body,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you graft the patella tendon, they shave a little piece off the front that's by your kneecap, and they use that as to replace that with your ligament.
Yep.
So you do get knee soreness in that area, but but the thing I'm worried about, and I agree with Dre a little bit, is with him is a lot of his game is based on his athleticism.
Oh boy.
You know what I'm saying? So
no, coach, come on, man.
It is
See,
scary.
That's the same. That's the same thing. Okay,
but you
all
can
right,
talk
so-
yourself out of a lot of things. But the point is, he's a bucket getter, and he's explosive, and he's an
What
athlete.
if RJ Barrett? What if RJ Barrett gets hurt and lose athleticism? Are we still
He
having the
ain't
same
got
conversation?
none. He ain't got none. But
Nah,
the thing that
but
makes
the thing is, what makes this argument unfair is we always say, what if an athlete gets hurt, but then you don't ever say, what if a non-athlete gets hurt? It's not a fair. All I'm saying is, if
a non-athlete gets hurt, then at least when he comes back and he's not as physical as he used to be, he still has got those other skills built up. But an athlete who counts on it.
Won't. So okay, so
the thing that makes Zach LaVine special is his like he can shoot, he can score. There's a lot of guys that can get a bucket, but there's not a lot of guys with his first step.
Right.
That combination makes him deadly, and if you take that away, it makes it a little bit harder for him to get his buckets. If that makes sense to you, like,
he's building his shooting resume up better than it was,
right?
Yeah,
and that's what D Rose had to do, because D Rose is the perfect example of that. He was so ridiculous because of his athleticism early, and then the MVP year he started hitting threes. He started working on his shot and hitting threes too, and then all of a sudden, he had to work on that part of his game too after he got injured.
I'm gonna keep it real though. Like Zach LaVine's jumper at any point was better than Derrick Rose's. Like he's a natural shooter like that.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. like in theory, if that never was a thing, well then he probably would never even be on the trade block. But in theory,
how
he's
terrible
the
Minnesota
ideal.
is. Minnesota also drafted Zach LaVine, right?
Yeah, and traded him for Jimmy Butler while he was rehabbing his knee injury, his ACL.
I would love to see LaVine.
You know who told Zach LaVine he was traded, right?
I do not know.
Tom Thibodeau.
Oh yeah, he was the GM. Yeah.
Tom Thibodeau is the one that told Zach LaVine he traded him to the Bulls for Jimmy Butler. And he looked Zach LaVine in the eye and he said, and this is the story from Zach LaVine, if it was for any other player outside of Jimmy Butler, he would not have okayed the deal.
Really?
Yep. That's why I'm saying, if the Knicks can get Jimmy Butler while Tibbs is still here, that's all I'm saying.
So you're saying Tibbs doesn't want to coach the Knicks if Jimmy Butler
That
comes
means
to the
goodbye
Knicks?
to RJ Barrett.
If we're gonna be in win now mode, I'm willing to give up RJ. I'm willing to give up RJ, Obi, quickly, all the draft picks, Grimes, if we can get LaVine and Butler right now.
Hey, look, man, a win now mode with Tom Thibodeau ain't never won nothing. So I
Butler,
would rather go win now mode with a
I'm
different
saying
coach.
if they staying with Tom Thibodeau, those two guys will work with Tom Thibodeau.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if we stuck with this dude coaching, those are the two guys right now in the league that are good enough still and can still play.
Oh yeah,
Tom
Freezy.
Thibodeau.
Yo.
Oh yeah, Preezy. I remember Jimmy Butler's contract. They gave him an extension last year, so he has next year, the year after that, and then he has a player option for $52 million at his age 36 year.
I saw that on Spot Track.
Hey,
that's
hey,
that's rough. That's rough.
hey, coach, that's not a bad move.
Bro,
But
that
but
starting roster: Brunson, Levine, Butler, Randall, and Robinson,
oh
Hartenstein
man,
rotation. Bro, that's a good starting lineup.
that's a good start on. But the question is, will Leon Rose make that move? That's the problem.
But that means that
I
everybody going
truly don't
behind
believe
Tibbs.
I truly don't believe Zach Levine is on the trading block though. Like
I don't
there's
think so
rumors,
either.
but I don't believe he is. I feel like they try to figure out how they'd replace DeMar DeRozan before that because he's getting older as well. So,
Right.
I would love to see DeRozan in the Knicks too. Him, Levine, and Butler. Mm, mm.
man,
And then and then and
can we
then
get
if
some
Liam
three
Rose,
point shooters, man?
who?
It's like we keep targeting guys that are great in the mid range. I would really like a guy that you could reliably trust from
Well, Zach
26,
Levine is
27 feet out there.
38%. He's
Oh yeah,
38% for
yeah,
his
yeah,
career,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the other players
And
we keep
we make
mentioning.
some of them moves. You got to let Fee play off the bench. Bro,
Hey,
that you can't tell me that dude can't make threes. Come on, man.
who?
That dude needs to play.
Who can I make threes?
It's Fee.
But Malpika, there's a reason why like Svi and guys like that Hauser guy that lit us up and like Matt Ryan from the Lakers, those guys you can pick up off the street. You can pick up a random 6'8" dude that can shoot.
Okay, well, we got him off the street. We got him. Why not use him? You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that you say that, and we have no 6'8" guys off the street off the street.
Right.
Because we don't because our
He's
front office is
6'7".
inept. Our front office is inept.
I
We
know
have
that. I know that. That's what I'm saying. It's funny that you say that, and they can't get none.
it's like we have another one, a Frenchman, a 6'7".
So I want to I
Doesn't
want to
play.
say I want to say yeah, it would be really nice to see Liam Rose go after Butler, Levine, and DeRozan, and then if somehow Liam Rose can also go after Alexander and Jeremy Grant. Oh my God!
No,
Now,
and
now,
look,
now we're talking. Now
I'm
we're
not
talking about
saying
roster.
DeRozan and Levine. I mean, obviously, they're not making it work with Chicago somehow. I'm not saying they're the answer, but sometimes it's a fit,
Lloyd in the chat got
Yeah, and
and we're
we're talking
not getting
about
PTSD.
both of them.
and we're talking about upgrading, bro. We're talking about upgrading.
Yeah,
Jeremy Grant, yeah, that's another guy the Knicks should go after. Jeremy Grant.
He put a martini emoji.
I
Paris
like
Doug is
him.
funny. Paris Doug is funny. What are y'all
He's
drinking?
crazy.
Yeah. You don't trade for a chronic knee. I understand. Hey, Paris, thank you for the generous contribution, bro. We appreciate that.
Lloyd Manalili has PTSD from LeBron destroying Toronto while DeRozan was there.
No,
That's
but
why
like
he's
I
like
said,
he's not
look,
not in.
and I'm just putting out names and players on teams that might be in the market because they're falling short of expectations, and
This
you know,
the savior of the New York Knicks is probably somebody in high school right now. If we
Stop trolling, Lloyd.
Nope.
the savior of the Knicks is someone probably in high school right now, preparing to
Nope.
go to
not interested.
homeroom in about 4 hours, man. For
I've dealt with high
10th
schoolers
grade.
enough in my life, bro. I mean, I don't even count on another one right now. Hell no.
I'm not saying
We're gonna,
coming straight from high school. I'm saying he's in high school right
yeah.
now.
Well, we're gonna, like I said, I said this as a joke earlier. We're gonna have to do the LeBron and Bronny project.
Hell no, man.
That's the only way we're gonna get something. Maybe we catch lightning in the bottle like the Bucks did with Brady that year.
You think we gonna pull out a Ken Griffey Senior type deal?
Yeah.
Nah, man. Let's
No,
let that go.
I'm not saying I want to do it for real. I'm just saying
I don't
that's
see
the kind of stuff
LeBron.
that we would do. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see LeBron coming to New York. Never.
LeBron is
LeBron ain't
comfortable in
built for New
LA.
York.
LeBron is
Oh,
comfortable
come
in
on
LA.
now.
He's
Don't be a
already stuck
blasphemy.
out
First of
there.
all, let me
That
tell you
man's
something.
built for anywhere, bro. Don't come on now.
No,
I
he's
don't
not.
don't
He's
talk.
not built for New York.
Come on, man.
He's not built for New because I'm telling you this. If he was
You
built
one
for
of them
New York,
Braun
he would have
haters,
came.
bro? Come on, man. You can't hate on
I'm
the
not a
guy.
LeBron hater. No, stop, coach. I'm a basketball lover first. Number one.
Then he,
Two, number well, I'm gonna say I'm a Knicks lover one and a basketball lover two. Now, with that said, LeBron was never built for New York in Madison Square Garden. He's one of those cats who like to try to come in and destroy the Garden. He ain't built to take he's not built to take the weight of the Garden. He cannot handle that Knicks jersey.
I don't know, Corey, because if
I
we're keeping
disagree.
it
He
a
can
buck,
handle $1 billion on his shoulders.
if we're keeping it a buck, LeBron is the most scrutinized athlete ever.
He
Yes,
never
he
had a
is.
chance. He
And,
never had a
hold on a
chance.
second. Hold on a
Coming
second.
in.
And with that said, so he's the most scrutinized athlete. Just imagine what it would be 10 times in New York. Are you serious?
Would it be
No
10
one's
times?
had
It would
as
be like
much
the same.
pressure as that dude coming out of high school. Period. You can't say
I'm done.
no
I'm
name.
done
ever.
on this argument. I'm done on y'all won. I'm done.
Because you got your mind made up about the guy. I'm not saying the guy's better than Jordan or nothing. I ain't trying to say nothing blasphemous like that.
I can give a GD about that. You understand what I'm saying?
So he's not had the most
time
pressure coming out of high school than any player, like, as far as to live up to.
So what did Kobe Bryant have?
They didn't think Kobe was going to be like that.
Kobe was drafted
13th.
I'm done.
No, Kobe was 13th.
I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Bye. What do you mean you're done? You're done with what? I don't understand what you're done with.
Kobe was a 13th
because this argument is weak.
But Corey,
what other person had that much freaking expectations coming out of high school? You can't tell me the only other person was Kareem.
Coach,
yo, Felipe Lopez had that same type of kind of. Felipe Lopez had the same. Are you serious? He was the first one in high school to be on Sports Illustrated like that.
Okay, yeah, and then he went to St. John's. So
and
LeBron James.
Bro, come on. You're the one that's the weak with this argument. I'm sorry. You could get all buck and about it. You're the weak one on this one. Sorry. You the weak
whatever.
one.
All right, coach. I didn't mean to get aggressive with you. I'm sorry, sir.
Did. I'm sorry. You were being. I'm not being sensitive about it. I'm being aggressive.
Let's calm it down. It's not that serious.
I'm not getting fired up at all. Like, I got a smile on my face. I'm passionate. I'm Italian, bro. When I get fired up, that's how I talk, bro.
I'm not about to downplay LA because LA has some talk. They still hate LeBron and he won a championship for them, and they hate him in LA.
Who? They hate who? I'm sorry.
There's a contingency of Kobe fans and LA Lakers that they don't like LeBron no matter what he does. Even if he won a title, they still hate him. So it's like
I know a few.
And like Los Angeles
dude never had a chance.
LA isn't maybe as bad as New York, but it's definitely worse than the rest of the league as far as how they treat their players.
Nah, bro.
He's never gonna live up.
The Lakers might be in the top 5, but they are not worse. The Lakers are not worse than Boston, bro.
Okay, yeah, sure.
The Lakers are up
but
there.
They're definitely up there. I feel like they're top 3, 4 maybe as far as like roughest fan bases. I put Philly up there as well.
Bro, and I ain't gonna hold you. Hey, the NBA community keeps sleeping on Detroit, bro. Detroit has a raucous fan base. The only thing about it
dormant right now.
Yeah, they're not good right now. They just they're okay. So they're in a better situation than the Knicks, right? But the Knicks, at least the Pistons, will make a move, right?
And
The
you
Knicks ain't
want,
making no moves.
and you wonder with the Detroit Pistons record, you wonder if Jaden Ivey is even happy on that team.
I mean, they haven't done nothing since
And
2004.
Jay Ivey just
either.
got
Right.
there, so he can't really even talk.
I
He
mean,
just got there.
Detroit's coming on
Right.
two decades now too.
Yeah, but yeah, yeah. You're right, Coach.
Yeah,
Not
it-
actuality, really not. But yes, they are. But actuality, they're not because they just won one in what two? When did they beat the Lakers?
2004.
2004. That's 18 years
2004.
ago.
And
About to be
they
2023.
lost. They lost in 2005 or 2003. They lost in 2005 or 2003.
I
The
think
year
it
they
was
lost.
five.
The year they lost to the Spurs.
It's 05. It was.
Okay.
Spurs in 05. And because the Spurs go every other year. Spurs go 03, 05, 07. And then so they beat the Cavs in 07, if you recall. And then
Who
they
is
beat the Spurs
who is
in 05.
Popovich's understudy?
Right now?
Name them because
There's a
they
lot
all
of
out there
them.
winning.
Well, yeah, that's
There's
who
a
we
lot
need.
of them.
We need whoever the one that ain't picked up yet.
Budenholzer is with the Bucks right now, and that's one of his understudies.
Yep. Brett Brown.
Yeah.
We need whoever Popovich's next guy is that ain't got a job yet. That's who we need to get. That or the best European coach out there.
No, sir.
Steve Kerr was one of them. Monty Williams is one of them.
Yep.
The Grizzlies coach is one of them for sure. I just don't really remember.
Golden State.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, all the ex players, what ex player right now is a hot commodity as a coach?
Jerry Stackhouse.
Wow.
Isn't he at like Purdue or something? He's at
he's at Vanderbilt.
Yep.
Vanderbilt. Yeah, Vanderbilt. My bad.
Right.
Confusing too. I think he coached Darius Garland. Was he
he coached Darius Garland and Aaron Neesmith. Right?
Yeah.
But you know who else he coached? He coached OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, and Fred VanVleet on their G League team.
Oh yeah, the one that won the championship in the G League.
Yep, they sure did. Yep. So what does that tell me? Can Jerry Stackhouse develop young players? Do the Knicks have young players that need to be developed?
But
yes, they do.
I
but
bet you a
do the
couple
Knicks
young
also want to
dudes
wait to develop them though? Because it takes time.
used to really like Jerry Stackhouse too. Coming up, he's at that age where they remember him.
Yeah.
I remember.
That would not be Freezy. That was a good name you threw out there because I would never really think of him.
Right.
I was thinking of Sam Cassell, even though he's a little bit older. I like Sam Cassell because point guards usually take to coaching a lot better in their post career, post playing career.
I have a question to you, Dre, because you said that. The question is because we have Brunson. Is that why you would say Sam Cassell?
Not because of that. Because like I see the work that he's done. Because Sam Cassell is the main one that works with Tyrese Maxey. If you follow the Sixers, all the drills that he does, he's on Tyrese Maxey hard, trying to get him right. Like that's the reason like Maxey's taking a bit of a leap. That's the main coach that's with him. Like if you were like the same coach, like Johnny Bryant is the main guy that's underneath Quickly, between Quickly's drills. That's the same job that Sam Cassell has for Tyrese Maxey.
That says a lot about that. Now, what you just said says a lot about Johnny Bryant. Meaning,
Johnny Bryant was the same guy that worked with Donovan Mitchell. Like Donovan Mitchell loves him to death.
And Damian Lillard.
Yeah, them too. So I mean,
then it's the guy on our staff. Then that could be the next guy.
Well, I mean, that's why
he's the associate head coach.
Yeah, I think he's.
What about Penny Hardaway?
Ooh,
I like Penny Hardaway, but it's also like he hasn't exactly been a beacon of success at Memphis. Well, is it Memphis? Yeah, Memphis.
I mean, he's brought them. I mean, they fell off for a while, and he's brought them back to respectability.
Yeah, I mean he recruits his ass off, but the X's and O's is still.
I mean, he went all in on Wiseman, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
I mean, but he brought him. He made him something more than he was.
Yeah, and Jalen Duren
and Precious Achua, whatever. He had him too, right?
he recruits. He recruits his ass off. It's just
but,
the
but
X's
you know
and
what?
O's.
But he just can't get elite guards, bro. Once he gets an elite league guard, I think you'll see Penny Hardaway take that program to the next level.
Which is funny because you would have think like an elite guard would want to go under the tutelage of Penny Hardaway,
especially when he works with them during the summer.
But see, that's where basketball, unfortunately, a lot of basketball players don't always follow the coach. They'll follow the program. Like, them guards, they want to go to like Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky.
But you know something though.
But, I mean, that's built off of the coach in particular.
But also his program is built off of nepotism too, because if you think his son is playing for him now.
Right, but coaches will do that. Juwan Howard's doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's kind of normal in college. But
Jim Boeheim did the same thing. Yeah.
Yes, I mean sometimes. I mean, look. 9 times out of 10, a coach is played to pretty good at some level, up to a certain level. I'm sure Boeheim, when he was younger, he had a little game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But so them guys are going to be coached up well. They're going to have good heads on the shoulders. You ain't got to deal with some BS, and you can trust them. So a lot of the back end of the roster spot guys,
right.
If it's a 50-50 chance, I'm going to take a chance on my son over some kid I don't know.
Right.
As long as it ain't egregious, like the kid is like 5'8", and
I was watching freaking Boeheim. He was letting his son take all the shots.
All of them.
He was just like,
that one
you're going to get this 20 per game by all means necessary. You're going to get this 20.
But, the dude, Patrick Baldwin, he played for his pops at Milwaukee.
Yeah, he is it. He is a son's coach.
Yep. I mean, Doc Rivers coached Austin Rivers with the Clippers.
And Austin that destroyed the Clippers.
Austin Rivers would have been out of the league if it wasn't for Doc Rivers.
Yep.
He extended his career and then turned him into a journeyman. And then got him paid like $50 million, something crazy. Why? Because he was the GM.
You know what? I'm about to say this, and I almost threw up in my mouth. Do you know what front office gave him a 3-year deal when nobody else was offering him any money?
Stop it,
bro.
Our front office.
Yep.
It's like the.
But he wanted to be here. He said he wanted to be here. He said he wanted to be here. We were eating that up. Oh, I would love to be a Knick. And then what do we call them? Quivers? Oh my God.
Yes.
Awful.
Everything finds a way to make its way to a Knicks ineptism.
Ineptitude and nepotism at the same time. And nepotism. That's what it is.
Like,
and Paris Douglas, thank you for the contribution. Paris Douglas says, we got 23-year-olds and Detroit can't beat us ever. How do they have a better future than us with our capital? Jaden Ivey isn't it. He's going right. Would I rather have Jaden Ivey or Quentin Grimes?
Would you rather have Cade Cunningham? Would you have Cade Cunningham or RJ Barrett?
Well, how about this, guys? Look, let's look at this. If we were Detroit fans right now, wouldn't you say that they have the wrong coach for that situation? There's one guy in the league besides Pop that's older than Tibbs.
He actually plays his young guys, though.
And
He
it's
actually
Dwayne
plays
Casey.
his young guys.
Yeah, playing them is one thing, but coaching them up is another thing. He can't
But
even
also
coach
having
up.
the right people on his coaching staff is the better thing.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, look, they might have the same situation as us. They might have
I mean, I watch damn near every team in the league, and the times I do see him, like he's on the sidelines, like all in Killian Hayes' ear, telling him what to do, this, that, and the third. We don't really see that from Tibbs. I don't.
Yeah. Tibbs does it the whole game. He yells at everybody, every player.
I've seen him do it with Quickly in his rookie year, but outside of that, I don't really see him like that hands on with the younger guy. Besides screaming.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, let's not make this another situation where we're overvaluing other people's situations. Like us
No.
I'm
not doing that. I'm not saying
Casey ain't
like
the guy for that job. Come on, let's not get it twisted.
I'm not about to say Dwayne Casey is amazing. I just say he might have a different method for teaching.
Would we have 4 more wins if he was our coach?
I don't know. I won't say that. I won't say yes or no because Dwayne Casey is.
If
it's
we
not
had
like
a
he's
different
Steve
coach
Kerr
this
out
year,
there.
would we have had 4 more wins if we had a different coach?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Because we probably wouldn't run the same defensive like scheme over and over, regardless of what's gonna happen. We're not gonna run the same scheme over and over and just let teams
The Memphis
obliterate
game
us
at the
2-3.
beginning. The Memphis game, quite frankly, at the start of the season, the Memphis game, for Tibbs to honestly let John Morant just do whatever he want to do and not address defense at the point of attack, that's on Tibbs. We should have beat Memphis that first game. Y'all know that. Yeah, y'all know that. Y'all when you saw RJ Barrett guarding John Morant, y'all was like, "Yo, what is this dude doing?
What are we doing? Why?
Right.
Why?
Right.
Like even when RJ was skinnier, he wasn't staying in front of him.
Tibbs got that saying all wrong. He's missing one word. The old saying, "If it's broke, don't fix it."
Man,
that's what it is for him. It's not if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He goes, if it's broke, don't fix it.
Right.
That's his
But the thing is,
he probably got that on the trucker's hat.
But the thing is, like Tibbs seen RJ get cooked by him for 2 straight years, and he thinks on opening night is something's gonna change where RJ can magically guard this man. If it wasn't for Mitchell Robinson, John would have had 50 on us every single game.
Easy.
It's like Mitchell Robinson's the only guy that puts fair in that.
Yo, Paris is crazy. I'm reading it now.
So Paris Duncan, thank you for the contribution. Paris Duncan says, I remember when Detroit beat us in 1990, I think. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where were the Knicks in 2004 when the Pistons were winning the championship?
Nowhere.
We started. That was the beginning of our.
Did you get Stephon Marbury in 04?
I think so.
Yes, I believe that was around Marbury, the whole Isaiah situation.
Oh God.
Baron Davis?
No.
Well,
Steve Francis.
See, yeah, we always get we like them kind of point guards, don't we?
Yeah.
What, old and washed up?
We get them when they're broken down. We didn't get them when they were like sexy and brand new.
Yeah, man. We get the BMW with the water damage in 97 K miles.
We'd have dude that be, hey, I got a Mercedes, and you throw some rims on it. You get a little $400 paint job on it. It's got like 220,000 miles.
Yeah,
but you still look good though.
Yeah, you look good in it.
We get that
Francis look good on the back of that jersey.
We get that 2006 Audi with water damage and transmission issues.
And electrical issues.
But we detail it and make it look real nice in the photos though.
Yeah.
And by detailing it, I mean like the Knicks fan like email that they send out. We make our players look real nice on them
Yeah, man.
with the
Like
graphics and everything.
like I felt good for like about a week when that Photoshop. I mean that photo session of when Tyson Chandler, Carmelo, and Amari were all together in that picture. I'm like, man, it kind of looks
I'm
like
like,
it might be a little
this
something.
might be something. This might be, you know what I'm saying? It might be something.
Oh God, boy.
They used car
But the
salesman on that
but
one,
the
didn't they?
backcourt was terrible.
Oh my God. Was that
It
when
was patchwork.
That's
It
like
was
putting
patchwork. It was
it's like
was
putting
that
patchwork.
was
a
that when Felton was fat?
Ford Fiesta engine in
Felton
a
was fat
Viper.
and taking pistols to JFK. Like, man was losing his mind.
Putting a Yugo engine in a Viper.
Right.
Oh God. Oh man. This is
Hey,
so
it's just like I
painful.
said the other night. This is what the Knicks front office has been selling us the whole time. Since it's that time of year, everyone's gonna be getting treats and snacks. Who here likes candy canes? Does anyone really like a candy cane? Like,
Who doesn't? Who doesn't like a candy cane?
I mean,
But
I like them like newer flavors though. They're like actually got like other flavors, like a
the
classic.
raspberry.
Yeah, like a
Now, I like
classic
that.
candy
Maybe
cane
the
though.
hot cinnamon one.
Yeah, but like the classic candy cane, all that is just like a different shape, red and white spearmint mint. That's all it is.
Yeah, basically.
But you shape it like a candy cane, and it's kind of ooh, look at that.
Speaking of which, I gotta put a tree up tomorrow or today.
I haven't put up a tree for Christmas in like 6 years.
I still like
I gotta call
my box of chocolates analogy. That's it. That's the Knicks front office in a nutshell, bro.
Hey, can y'all believe like a chimney guy charges you $1,200 to clean out like 3 fireplaces, bro?
I'm in
$1,200.
the wrong business.
I'm in the wrong business, coach.
Our big behinds
What'd you just say?
We ain't getting in them chimneys.
Hey, look, man, Santa did it. Y'all could do it.
Yeah. I don't have that magic like he does.
Yeah, $1,200, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
To scrub out your chimney.
Yeah, for 3 fireplaces. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, bro. Don't they got that that little instant log that'll cleanse fireplace for like $60?
Nah, man, it's like $18, but you got to make sure that the insurance company, bro. Come on, you know what it is. Insurance company, you know.
You get that wet, hot mop and with an extender and just, I don't know. See, I live in Florida now. I don't know about them fireplaces. I don't need them things.
Yeah, man.
Our fireplace is outside.
Oh, you talking about a fire pit? I got one.
Yeah.
I got one. I bought one from Walmart.
In Florida, you'd be lucky. There's about a week of the year you get to fire that thing up and not sweat your behind off.
Cut yourself.
Yeah, man.
Hold on.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But you know, man, it comes down to I don't know, man. But we just need it. We need a shake up.
Yeah. Coach, that's what I'm saying. Do you get rid of Tibbs or do you shake up the roster?
Yep.
Both.
You got it, Corey. I think it needs to be a mixture of that. Get rid of Tibbs. Bring in 2 dudes.
But it starts with Tibbs first, though.
You know what? Lloyd said in the chat, and I thought about it right when he got fired. I know it ain't to be the most popular decision, but I think someone like Steve Nash. Why not?
Hey, Paris Duncan tripping.
And then you get two dudes, but then you get other assistants with them that, you know, it's like, you know, the young guy that gets a chance, but then he brings in a couple dudes that been around, assistants that are pretty solid. That really aren't meant to be head coaches, but they're really solid assistants.
Why did we trade 2 first-round picks for Andrea Bargnani again? Why did we do
Man,
that?
I just forgot about it.
I forgot who was the management dealing with that Andrea Bargnani situation.
Was that,
who was that?
Was that the end
Like
of
we
Isaiah?
were trying to
Washington.
Oh, that was
we were trying to salvage the end of the Melo's
Steve Mills.
prime doing that garbage.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
no.
you gotta read the reason why. The reason why is because the Knicks wanted Greg Monroe, and Leon Rose felt like if Greg Monroe came to the Knicks would ruin Greg Monroe's career. So he was
Leon
like,
Rose or Johnny Walsh?
Leon Rose. No, listen, Leon Rose, because
Yeah,
Leon
he was
Rose,
the
agent.
Leon Rose was Greg Monroe's agent, and he was also the agent for the dude they call Lil Italy. And so I'm like, yo, how you call a dude that's 7'1", 255 pounds, Little Italy, right? And we find out once he got here, the Bargnani trade was not Steve Mills and I think Walsh was like sick at the time or on the way out or something, but it wasn't that. It was Leon Rose.
Now, can I ask you a question, Freezy? Great question. Compared to what we're dealing with now, Leon Rose, well, who would you prefer to have right now?
I don't understand the question.
Donnie Walsh or Leon Rose?
Oh, Donnie Walsh, easy. Donnie Walsh, easy. Paris Douglas said Phil Jackson did that. Okay.
Phil
Okay,
Jackson
I couldn't remember exactly who it was, but
Phil Jackson didn't do the Bargnani trade. Is that what he's saying?
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta get a drink.
Nah, that wasn't.
Don't worry, I've been drinking for
Phil
you.
got there after that.
that was Steve Mills, right?
Yeah, it was Steve
Because
Mills.
remember, Steve Mills.
It was Steve Mills because he took over after Donnie Walsh.
Donnie Walsh, yeah, he was a stopgap, and then they hired Phil Jackson, and then Steve Mills was kind of like whatever.
That was
the dude boy.
Yeah.
That right there is why Dolan is too good of a heart. He has too much loyalty just to be giving guys jobs like this that have been terrible for so long.
Oh, best believe Steve Mills still got a job at MSG. He's just doing something you just don't know.
Yeah, like I need a friend like James Dolan.
What?
Yeah. Steve Mills still works for the organization. Remember, he was never fired. He was just reassigned.
Yeah, they got him.
He's over ticket sales right now. He's the one blocking Spike Lee's entrance.
They got a Princeton education over there, just doing something else.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie to you, Dre. Of all the dudes, bro, intellectually, I think Steve Mills may have been the smartest. Right?
Yeah,
but he just wasn't.
That don't mean he's smart at basketball.
But he's not a good relationship builder. Remember, like
people
Leon
skills.
Rose, yeah, like when
he's
Leon
awkward.
Rose, yeah,
he's awkward.
Like when Leon Rose came in, you notice he brought a bunch of people in because he's great at networking and building relationships, right? Yeah. Remember when it was Steve Mills, all you saw was Steve Mills and Scott Perry.
Yeah, every time they put a mic in front of Steve Mills, it was just so awkward. Like he just like he wanted to say something, like he wanted to say a million words at one time and get off of the microphone. That's how Steve Mills talks.
Yeah. Kind of like Leon Rose.
Yo, Freezy, yo, I'm gonna try to find a way for you to network with Leon Rose, and then maybe you might be the president, and I'll be the VP with you. We'll go in there and do a better job. Honestly, you know what I'm saying?
I'll bet, Brad, if I ever get that team president position, I'm hiring everybody. You can bet Brad on that.
Yo, and I gotta lie to you. Yo, in that room where we sitting there on draft day, it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly.
Yeah.
It's gonna be ugly. But I believe you gonna get it done, though.
Yeah, because I have a vision.
Exactly, and that's the key word. Yo, I say that to my family. I said it to my kids and my wife. If we don't have a vision of where we want to be as one, we will never get there. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you can't. And shout out to Kevin Costner in that movie Draft Day, because he held his thought to himself
Throughout the whole joint.
time.
Yep.
The whole time. And he took somebody who was going to pick in the 7th round and made him the number 1 pick. Who would have thought?
Now the unfortunate part is we never know how it worked out.
Of course.
But it was a good movie, though.
It was good, though. But still, though, for dramatics. For dramatics. But still, though, but the fact that he did what he was going to do regardless at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yep.
Because he knew what the team needed.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? What the team needed. Exactly. So now, for example, we knew we needed a point guard. Regardless whether how we feel about Brunson or not, we got him. Now, going forward from this point on, we need a secondary ball handler.
Right.
Now, also too, we need a solid wing player. Somebody's going to show up every day.
Yeah.
So whether that be RJ with a secondary ball handler, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? And not the dog.
Are we gonna fall for the bait when RJ like plays good for like 15 games in a row? And then,
I doubt it. But still, at the end of the day,
the last 2 he's played good again.
he played good for like a quarter and a half.
And we have been very fortunate that we hadn't had injuries, bro.
That's one good thing about that young man.
We're playing a lot of teams that are missing like the one of their top.
RJ and Randall are durable.
Yep.
I mean, you got to jump. You got to do something crazy to get hurt.
So, and that's why it's hard. And that's why it's hard to. You can't really, as much as we dog them, if you really think about it, you know what I'm saying. It's hard to. It's hard to really like exclaim them. You know what I mean. It's like I want to get rid of them because they don't give us what we need, but they're still here.
They show up like postmen, man, like sick as a dog with turnt ankles and bruises and contusions. They'll try to play every single night, no matter what.
But that's the New York state of mind, though.
Like Tibbs and them will probably got to plead them down and not play.
DSJ, you gotta get a T-shirt made, bro.
We deserve better.
What's that you eat,
politician?
Is that protein?
It's a chicken cutlet.
Oh, okay. So you got protein.
Nothing like a cold chicken cutlet. Grab it out of the fridge.
Oh God!
You about to do some push-ups?
No, but I'm gonna drink 0 sugar root beer though.
Okay.
No, he's pushing up that cutlet to his mouth.
I'm doing cutlet curls.
Yeah, man. I was saying it because I'm thinking about starting to swim as my cardio as opposed to getting on the treadmill.
Okay.
That's the best. That's the best. That and the bike.
Yeah. It's easier on your joints in the long run.
Exactly.
That's
what I'm going through right now with my job.
Oh, he said the bike already because I was gonna say yeah, a bike and swimming are the two easiest on your joints because you're a big dude and you're a tall dude, so I know your knees feel it after a certain
Yeah,
amount
man.
of time.
Bro,
Dude,
if you ain't never swam 32 laps in a pool, you ain't never lived, bro.
32. You do
Yeah.
two.
bro,
You
get
sweat.
6 in first. Get 6 in. Get 6 in. You get 6 in. 6
And he's
in.
right
You're
too.
all
Roland shouldn't
right.
have said.
Nah, I can
Roland
do
should have.
the 32, bro. I gotta build up to it. Like I guess you're right then. Like doing 6, but when I do if I do like down and back, I feel like I ain't really did nothing. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
What
because listen, my sister-in-law, she has a pool, and I BS you not. You know what I'm saying? Because I blew up to, I'm 5'11". I blew up to freaking 275. You know what I'm saying? And you talking about
higher
somebody
than
who's,
Hayward.
hold on a second. I've always hovered around 230, 240. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying?
Right.
And to put on 32 pounds of fat because of what I do, because I drive a box truck all day. So I'm eating out. I'm not eating healthy, period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When I realized it last summer how big I got. I looked at a picture of me and my son. Oh my God. Me and my son. My son is my youngest son. He's like 6'3", good looking young man. And I'm standing here 5'11", standing here with my belly just sticking out
The fire
right
hydrant.
next to yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Yo, trust me. Bro. I got tall sons too, right? I have tall
Yeah.
sons too. So when I stand next to them, they look like, you know what I'm saying? They look like they just got cut by the Dallas Mavericks, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like these
exactly.
dudes is tall and they lean.
Statuesque,
Yeah,
good
they
looking
got
people.
on wife beaters, and the wife beaters like are too big for them. You know what I'm saying? And my wife beater is saying, "Lotto, I don't fit you."
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Anybody
all
that,
you
that
miss all you
yeah.
missing is the stains.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So, and so I that's a line from that movie 8 Mile for those that don't remember when B Rabbit was in the rap showdown. He was like, "Lotto, I don't fit you," but but yeah, man. So I'm thinking about getting back into that thing because Dre, I went into this place called Academy Sports, and they had a heavy bag. And I walked to the heavy bag and I just hit it like with some hooks. Showing off for the missus. You know what I'm saying? The missus had, you know what I'm saying, was going through some stuff. And I was just wanting to make her laugh. And I was like, bro, what's wrong with this heavy bag? This heavy bag broke or something. It's like,
Because it ain't moving.
Nah, the heavy bag ain't broke. Yeah, nah. I was like, well, y'all must put some extra sand in there or something. He's like, nah, it's
You just not
standard.
hitting like you used to.
Yeah.
You missing the power.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe I wasn't hitting it. And I wasn't trying to hit it, but your male ego, you see, And so I went to the speed bag and he was like, yeah, that speed bag is about right. So I hit the speed bag and people were like standing around watching me hit the bag. It's digga. I just hit the speed bag because I can get the rhythm, right? And then I go back over to the heavy bag and I hit the little heavy bag a little bit, and that bag don't move.
It moved by a half an inch.
Half an inch, bro. Half an inch, maybe. And I looked at the missus. I looked at Miss Mocha, and I said, I'm officially retired.
Bro.
Humble.
Now listen.
Humble pie.
Humble pie, bro. Humble pie.
Bro, you got to understand. Listen. I move heavy things all day. And it's gotten to the point where I don't even jump on the back of the truck. I wait for my youngin to snatch it and grab it. I'm gonna help him get it up the steps,
right?
Because we got some steps we have to go up sometimes,
right?
But I'm sitting here like, what is going on with me?
Right.
Physically, I'm like, and I'm a 50-year-old man.
I want to get back to that guy.
Bim.
I was 275 in that picture.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
I hiked the Appalachian Trail in that picture. Wow. 80 miles. over a week's time.
Wow.
God damn.
Wow.
About-
Eating beef jerky, drinking water.
That's it. We was eating like
granola.
I was a counselor for like a youth camp of like kids that it was like their last chance before we went to juvie.
Yeah.
And that
Oh,
was
you would have been a great Army Ranger.
Yeah. So like I
Life
was like
danger.
I was like a counselor.
Army Ranger.
And these kids,
Life danger.
we hiked the Appalachian. We went up there, but each day you had 7 or 8 miles. To the next like camp.
Yeah.
You didn't make it to that camp, bro. You in the woods, like the
man.
deep woods. There ain't no McDonald's.
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, so you had to hoof it. And we made walking sticks before the trip, Man, yeah, like 11 and 12-year-old kids like that think they're hard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden they're like, because we used to, each council was called Chief, like it was like an Indian thing. I was Chief Rob. They're like, Chief Rob, I can't walk no more. I'm like, come on. So I was sitting there, and I was in shape, but it was hard for me a little bit. I had my big old pack I had to carry, and I had to carry some snot-nosed kid's pack too because he couldn't carry it and he was crying.
Yeah, man.
Oh man.
Well, you sound like a drill sergeant.
Yeah.
No, you sound like a drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Like, come on,
snot nose. He won. Yo, there was a drill sergeant. He would never. I saw him at another duty station, bro. For 4 months, he would never say my name. Like my name was private the whole time. Right? He just called me private the whole time. Yeah, private. I'm like, what did he say? Yeah, private. You heard me. I'm like, what did he say? Yeah, private. Get out here. Push.
It's funny you should say that, yo. I ran into my drill sergeant right there at NTC in California. Yeah. And I'm like, my senior drill sergeant at that.
Yeah. And when I saw him, he was an E8 when he got promoted.
See,
when he was in basic training, he was an E7. And when I saw him, he was an E8. I'm like, okay.
Exactly.
See, I don't talk about my because I didn't officially stay, like, because I actually went because after I dropped out of college like a dummy. When I got home, my parents were
you ain't the only one.
You better do something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I signed up for the Army and I went to Fort Jackson, South Carolina. That was where my basic was. Victory Tower.
Yeah.
And I was there for about 4.5 weeks. I was one of the platoon guides. Right. I was doing pretty good, but because I had tore my ACL like my senior year of high school, so it was still a little fresh, about 1.5 years, 2 years old. We were doing bivouac. Remember bivouac?
Yeah,
oh, come on, I know.
Yeah. And man, I was in the middle
of shelter halves.
Yeah, I was doing that late night march. I stepped in a hole or something, tweaked my knee a little bit, and like started swelling up on me. I could barely walk. And they called me because my nickname was Whopper. Because I was because we had this other brother. He was an ex-football player. He was really big. He was a bigger dude too, and his last name was McFarland. So they called him Big Mac, and I was Whopper because I was a Whopper. They called me Whopper. Right. Yeah, so he was Big Mac, and I was Whopper. They were like, Whopper, what's going on with you? I'm like, just saw my knees swollen, like I barely walk. It's like I'm trying to fight through it.
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell? He's all doing his drill sergeant stuff. Yeah. And then finally, I couldn't do it, man. I was like a mile and a half away. I just couldn't make it.
Yeah.
So I went to medical and all that stuff, and they told me I can go back. I was all up. You know how everything takes forever with them.
Yeah.
I was there for like a week, and by the time they released me to go back, they told me I had to start all over again if I went back. I'm like,
I know exactly what you mean. You had to be reclassed.
Yep. I'm like, bro, I was like 2.5 weeks, like 2 weeks from being done. I am not starting this thing over.
Right.
So as far as basic training.
You're right. I had to start basic training over.
Yeah.
I'm like, man. I'm like, bro, and I want to be with my platoon because you form them relationships. You know how that is. And I was like, you have to go ahead and give me that medical discharge, bro. I can't do this over.
Yeah.
But man, my drill sergeant, he was a brother, and he was one that picked me up. And he's like, man, it's a damn shame. Like he gave me he was so disappointed in me like the whole ride, and man,
Yeah.
I just kept my head down. I was so it made me feel so ashamed.
Yeah,
man.
because when you at that age, though, at that age, you make life altering decisions, and you
Yeah.
don't like. I got out of the military, I was like 23, 24. And I was like, man, I'm an
Wow.
old man. I want to, you know what I'm saying? You know, you do
Yeah.
your 5, you know, your whatever years or whatever. And so when I got out, I'm like, nah, man, you know, I got a life to live. You know, I want to start a family. I don't want to start a family and blah, blah, blah. Bro, I was 23.
Yeah.
23. And I think about it now that I'm not 23, I'm like, man, I could have did them 20 years, got out. I've been 30,
Yep.
bro. I'd have been 30.
You'd have been chilling.
38, bro. Chilling.
You know what's so crazy?
I've been doing a mailbox trot for the rest of my life at 38.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you like this. See, the crazy thing with me is like when I initially wanted to join out of high school, my mother talked me out of it.
Right.
Argued me. So then I was like, you know what? I sat around from New York
Yeah.
for about 2.5, 3 years. And I was 22 years old when I joined. So when I decided, when it was time for me to tell Uncle Sam to kiss my, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was 28, 29 years old because I couldn't deal with the politics.
Yeah,
Because
the
after all,
politics, bro. Yeah.
the politics of it all. Because once you get to like E4 and above, and you're about to be a E5,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Now you playing politics.
Yeah.
You playing politics now, and it was to the point because I was too direct and I didn't.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I was never one of them. You know what I'm saying? Because I was always, first of all, I went in as a grown man.
Right.
Second of all, I was always my own man.
Right.
At that point, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you know, it is what it is. I'm grateful because it saved my life.
Right.
It saved my life.
Yeah.
It saved my
Man.
life. So
Yeah, man.
you know what I'm saying? I just didn't, you know, my thing was I should have just did my 3 and went on to Austin P and played college football.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna be going to. I had the cushy training school too. I was gonna be going to Fort Sam Houston.
Oh my God,
man! I was gonna do the medical thing.
Man,
they used to call that Fort Sam Hilton.
So what? I wish.
I don't know. They used to call that. I don't know how it is. Like
I went to. I was stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana. Fort
I've
Hood,
been
Texas,
there.
some Fort Sill, Oklahoma. I went to a school at Fort Benning, Georgia. So I did a lot of different. I experienced a lot of different stuff, and in case y'all can't notice, it's the reason why I could kind of get along with a lot of different people. You know what I'm saying? Like I have a temperament that could get along with like all types of mixed crowds, and I don't mean just race. I'm talking about like age and all kind of stuff. Like I'm
demographics.
Yeah. Because I've been in a lot of different places, man. The military, and then I messed around and got into corporate America by accident. I fell over backwards. I fell over backwards into corporate America, like because I got out of the military and I used to work construction, and it fit me because I'm a big loud dude that like to talk with other big loud dudes. Man, you know the 49ers suck, you know, on the construction site, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know. And so I fell over backwards into corporate America. And I think a sense of humor, having a sense of humor has got like other people wanted to have me around because, you know, I would laugh at all types of jokes and funny things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like dudes used to tell jokes, and I'm more.
You're a great networker.
Well, kinda, and not because I do the network, but I'm kind of open to a lot of different conversations and a lot of thoughts of others. Like a dude told the most racist joke you ever heard, right? And it didn't have nothing to do with black people. It was just like, you know, he just told a racist joke. Basically, the punchline is the punchline was something about some other race of people said, well,
such and such. And I laughed, bro, because I didn't think about the race of it. I thought about the human element of it. And I laughed. And so this dude used to come around me and tell me racist jokes all the time. And I used to be like, dog, you can't be telling these kind of, you know what I'm saying? And so, but what happened is like the chairman of like this company I used to work for, like he was the CEO, like the head honcho of a big, and I'm not gonna say the name of the bank, right? But he was matter of the bank had a logo on the Boston Garden Arena one time, right? That's what I used to, a long time ago, right? He came to me and he was like, "Are you Uncle Freezy?" And I was like, "It depends on who asking." And he was like, "Well, what if somebody's important is asking?" And I was like, "Well, if I'm getting fired, I'm not him." And the dude laughed. No lie. The dude laughed, the CEO, but I didn't know it was him because you know how you see on the internet, you see the CEO of the company and they have the glamour shot where he's sitting like this with his shirt and tie on. You know what I'm saying? But then all of us are outside, it's like company day and everybody got on t-shirts, so I didn't recognize him. And so he kept telling me jokes the whole time. Just the whole time, just telling me jokes. I'm laughing. And then people are like walking up. Like they walking up to me, they all nervous. And
tapping your shoulder.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, what's wrong with y'all? It's field day. It's like school. It's like kindergarten. What's wrong with y'all? They all nervous. And the dude is like keep telling me jokes. And he'll tell a joke and everybody be nervous, like, like the courtesy laugh. Like they don't want to laugh because they don't want to get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? And I'm laughing, I'm cracking up. I'm like, and coach, you know what I'm talking about. Like he'll tell a joke and I'll push him, like, stop playing, and we out here laughing and all this stuff. So at the end of this thing, after everybody eat, after all the contests and games and all that stuff, the dude walks on. They introduce. They're like, and the CEO, and they bring him up. Everybody start clapping, and he walk up on the stage. And he like, thank you, it's a pleasure being here. And then I'm like, oh snap! I've been shucking and jiving the whole time with the CEO. and then he like, yo, where's that guy? I've been y'all facility is great. Where's that guy I've been laughing with? Where's Uncle Freezy? Where's Uncle Freezy? And everybody turn around and looking, and my boss is nervous, right? My boss is nervous every day anyway. My boss feels like every day he can lose his job, right? That dude. You know what I'm saying? Coach, you ever work with a dude like that, come to work nervous every day, like he gonna lose his job every day?
I had a squad leader just like that.
Oh, jeez, bro. And so my boss is like, what'd you do? I'm like, man, I don't know. He's like, if you did something, man, they might. I'm like, easy, bro. Calm down. It's Friday afternoon. Ain't nobody getting fired on no Friday afternoon. This is, you know what I'm saying? So I go up on the thing, and he was like, hey, man, I was talking to this young man. This young man's a pleasure, and blah, blah, blah. This Uncle Freezy. Hey, man, say something to the thing. And they're recording this thing because we got facilities everywhere, right? So I'm saying something. So I'm like, yo, I had no idea you were such a good guy, right? I thought you were a jerk. I thought this is me being honest. I'm like, man, I thought you were a jerk because I looked at the picture, but meeting you in real life, man, you know what I'm saying? You're a real down to earth person, right? And so I'm saying he's like, man, how about the company? I'm like, man, the company has afforded me the opportunity to take care of my family. I used to work construction before this, and I got here, and I'm kind of moving up the, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And he like, after you could see, like he couldn't have paid for better PR than this, right? Because at the time I was living in an old raggedy single wide trailer with a hole in my living room floor that I've been trying to patch up for like 6 months.
Amen.
Kept getting it wrong. I had 3 little kids. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
The kids you know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying all this stuff. And after that, the dude he like, hey man, hey, meet me after this, right? So he does his little thing, and I walk away, and I'm walking up the stage, and I'm like getting ready to go back to my homeboys, you know what I'm saying? Because we like trying to figure out what we're gonna do after work. And all of a sudden, upper management is just standing by me. Like, what the heck? Why y'all standing by me? I'm like, what's going on? The HR lady standing by me. She's like, great job, Uncle Freezy. So anyway, long story short,
long story short, like, you know what I'm saying, I've been real fortunate with a lot of stuff, but at the same time, I think we kind of make our own breaks in life. Like the first time I met Coach, I could have been a jerk. I could have been like, nah, you know what I'm saying? And at the same time, Coach could have been a jerk and be like, man, you just sitting up there just spouting your own opinions and all that. You know, you don't let no. But the thing I learned though, and by being myself and by doing this channel is we're gonna encounter, you know, as we do this, we're gonna encounter a lot of people that are gonna be kind of jerky. But at the same time, man, you develop these friendships with people talking Knicks and just being yourselves, and you realize that, you know, like with Coach, like somebody can like you for your genuine self and not what you give them. Like I like Coach because I like Coach for being his genuine self. You know what I'm saying? Not because Coach, you ain't never gave me nothing, right? And I ain't never gave you nothing, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, not nothing like tangible, like, you know what I'm saying?
You gave me a voice.
You gave me life. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, man. So anyway, I don't know how I got on that tangent 5 o'clock in the morning, but whatever.
Yo, quick question, Freezy.
Yo,
what was your MOS?
54 Bravo.
I can't believe me and you would have the same MOS.
Same MOS. Yep, same MOS, bro. Chemical. Yep.
Wow.
Stations at Fort Polk, Louisiana. Did some time at Fort McClellan, Alabama. Fort
That's
Benning,
where
Georgia.
we both did our same basic training, everything with the MPs.
Yep, with the MPs. Yes, sir. Yep.
Oh my Jesus. I thought so, but I had to ask again.
Yeah, man. I used to be on the Fort Hood boxing team. So I used to box at Fort Hood. I tried out for the Army boxing team, but I got cut because my MOS was, you know how they say, you know, if your MOS has a shortage, they don't allow you to do nothing because you got to stay in the field.
Man, listen. You talking to somebody I know. You talking about I play football,
right?
So, like I play semi-pro football, and so when we went to the field, it was like you can't play.
Right.
When I say, and I was good, bro. I mean, I didn't know. In hindsight, I looked at myself. I was good. I mean, for somebody in my, you know, who never played high school football.
Okay.
Coach, you got to understand what what I'm about to tell you. I didn't play high school football. My high school didn't have a football team. I played high school basketball. I was a 5'11". I was a 5'11" power forward. And went against.
Were you in the city? Is that why?
No. I played high school in Pennsylvania. My parents were. I was fortunate enough for my parents to send me to private school because they both had city jobs.
Right.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And the fact that they sent me to high school in Pennsylvania, I went to the oldest military school. Unfortunately, is no longer around.
Okay.
Cross-Along Military Institute.
Okay.
And it's a memorial in Pennsylvania now.
Okay.
Matter of fact, you remember that movie? What's that movie back in the 80s? Oh my God!
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
They went to my school first, and they turned them down.
I know what school you're talking about, but I can't remember the.
It had everybody who's a star now. Who's like classic stars now in the movie.
You talking about the young people? You talking about not Robert Downey, but
no.
You ever saw that movie Less Than Zero?
It's called Taps.
Taps. That's it.
They went to my school first, and then they went to the other one. I can't think of it right now because I'm. You know what I'm saying? I'm not to say I'm tired, but also I'm getting ready for work. But they went to that, and they went to my school, and they were gonna redo the whole entire school, and they turned them down.
Okay.
because it took away from the credibility of what the school was going to be.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, that was the first military school that allowed African Americans to come.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Military school in Pennsylvania, very prestigious school. You know what I'm saying? It was built for middle class families.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they folded in the 2000s as time moved on.
A lot of schools did, man.
Yeah. But anyway, they didn't have high school football. So I played basketball for them. You know what I'm saying? I played in the parks and stuff like that before I got there. You know what I'm saying? And I you know what I'm saying? I got cut the first year. I mean, I got cut, but the coach brought me back my freshman year.
Okay.
Because he lost a lot of players to grades.
Okay.
And I played hard. And I was very athletic. And when I say that, to say this is that when I got out there on a football field, all my basketball skills, all the skills that I learned in basketball, held to my attributes as an athlete, and made me a good outside linebacker, a great pass rusher, and a great running back. You know what I'm saying? I could run, cut, move. You know what I'm saying? Avoid contact.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I love basketball.
Man, I love basketball, bro. Basketball is my favorite sport. I love the way they dribble up and down the court.
And also too, it made me. It made me like I was a much physical basketball player.
Right.
Like if I could have one of my high school teammates tell you, he'd tell you he's like, yo, this was Charles Barkley in high school, because I could snatch rebounds, and when I say jump from the dots, you know what I'm saying, touch the top of the square, do things that like that, it was crazy.
Yeah, man.
And I didn't realize how athletic I was until now. Like when I talk about when I go to work and like certain things I just can't do no more.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I traded in. I'm sorry, coach, but I traded in like all my sports stuff for macaroni and cheese and ham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. You saw it getting bigger, bro. Like the other day, I was looking at my belly the other day, bro. I was like, how did I get here, bro? Is this a fat suit? What's going on?
A lead fat suit.
Yes. Yeah, man.
Like some people say they're half the man they used to be. I'm twice the man I used to be.
I'm twice the man I used to be, bro.
I'm 3 times the man I used to be. I was 175 pounds in basic training. When I left basic training, I was 195 a rip.
Bro, I was the opposite. I went in basic training. I was 6'5", 195, right?
Oh, you came out yoked, probably.
Yeah, and I came out at so I went in 194 and I came out 175 because I was more of a runner than which was odd.
See, I had to do the because I was 265 because I had just left college, football, and I was 265, and I had to go to Tampa MEPS, and they had to do a fat percentage. They dipped me in the tank.
I lived with that my whole military career.
But I was only 9% body fat.
So was I.
Had 265. Wow. So that's why I was able to
get through.
Yeah,
get through.
They let me
Man, if that was me, if
they give you a waiver,
bro, I might have been the heavyweight champion of the world, bro. If I was back then, coach, I couldn't put on size, man.
Bro, and you want to hear something that's crazy because I used to be able to run pretty good,
right?
So like the first week, they do some of the PT, they test you and stuff. Right.
Before you even go to basic.
Yeah. So at our place, we have 3 groups. We have the rabbits, the wolves, and the turtles.
Right.
Okay. Those were the.
I know exactly what you were.
Those were the 3 running groups, bro. I was last place of the rabbits.
What at your size?
What?
Yeah, bro. But no, you know what sucks about that? If I would have been one place behind the dude, I would have been the fastest dude in the second group.
Yeah,
the second PT group, so I could coast, But man, I was the last place dude in the fast group.
Yeah.
So
I was in that thing too, and if you can imagine being as tall as I am, you know what I'm saying, running, bro. I mean, it's crazy.
And so like you're talking like there was dudes that were like cross country champions and their high schools and stuff.
Exactly.
And I'm like, man, these dudes. Sanchez, it was always some Spanish dude.
Yeah.
With
us, it was a dude named Jacomite.
And for me, it was a cat named Thoma.
Yeah,
he's
like,
a state champ.
Slow down, bro.
Yeah,
killing me, man.
Yeah. Setting the pace. The person who set the pace.
He was killing me, bro. I was like, man, all I had to do was just finish behind this dude. I would have been the fastest dude in the second group. I could have coasted.
And coach and the drill sergeant will go up front to Jacomite, but slow down, you leaving them privates back there.
Yeah.
Slow down, Jacomite. No, good and well the drill sergeant was sucking with
But I was second. I was second in my platoon in the PT stand, and so I was gonna get a promotion if I stayed doing it because I could do some sit-ups and push-ups a whole bunch.
I'm gonna end this live stream, man. But y'all hold on for just a second, okay? All right, y'all. Hey, peace, y'all. Thank y'all for watching.